Good afternoon, and welcome to the Global Outlook track on day 2 of the Warsaw Security Forum. My name is Terry Martin. I have the honor of guiding you through the program here on this stage in the Warsaw room this afternoon, and what a program it is. We have government ministers and parliamentarians from many countries in Europe, Asia, and North America. We have officials from NATO and the European Union. We have military leaders, security advisors, representatives of leading think tanks, and civil society. The Warsaw Security Forum is always interesting. If you've ever been here before, this is my 4th year in a row. But this year is special for obvious reasons. As the Prime Minister of Poland said yesterday, Russia's aggression in Ukraine has unleashed demons. But the clear message coming from this forum to the rest of the world is that those demons will not prevail. This afternoon, we'll continue to talk about events in Ukraine, of course, while broadening our scope. We'll discuss challenges facing Europe and its partners around the world, from the transatlantic realm to the Mediterranean, from the Black Sea to the Pacific. We'll look not only at where we are now, but where we want to go and how to get there. So, let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to introduce our first high-level conversation focusing on U.S. foreign policy priorities. And I believe we have a slide that goes along with that. Let's see if we can get that up on the screen. A poll was conducted, a transatlantic poll, so this is taking in North America and Europe, in May and June of this year. And the results concerning President Joe Biden's handling of international affairs, you can see on the screen there. 55% approval, so he's on the upside, versus 32% disapproval. Of course, there are lots more numbers going along with that, and I'm sure my colleagues here at the Warsaw Security Forum can give you details on that if you wish. I haven't seen all of the results of the poll myself, but it's very different in different parts of the world. Right now, we're going to get an idea of where U.S. policy priorities lie. We have this high-profile, high-level conversation led by news anchor Katarzyna Sławinska.
Good afternoon, welcome to our conversation, and I have a great privilege to welcome Mr. Philip Gordon, the National Security Advisor to the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
And again, I'm Katarzyna Sławinska. I'm foreign news editor and reporter at TVN's nightly news show called Fakty. And the topic of our conversation is the US foreign policy priorities in the era of global rivalry. It's impossible, of course, not to start with what's going on in Ukraine with Russia's aggression on Ukraine. The US has stepped in decisively, offering military support and financial support, and in many other areas. My question is, what's the US aim in regard to Russia? Is it to weaken Russia? Is it to defeat Russia? Or is it to topple Putin's regime?
Thank you, Kasia. And first, let me just say how pleased I am to be here at the forum and in Warsaw in general. We've got such important business with the government of Poland. I had a chance this morning to speak with some counterparts, and we are truly aligned on these issues of Ukraine, NATO, and our bilateral alliance. On your question, look, I'm not going to speculate about the future of what happens in Russia. What I can do is tell you what our policy is. And what our policy is consists of imposing severe costs on Russia for its outrageous and unjustified invasion of Ukraine, by which I mean severe export controls, financial sanctions, a ban on purchases of Russian oil, hopefully soon a price cap on Russian oil. all of which we think undermine, or we are quite confident it is already undermining Russia's ability to wage war in Ukraine and to threaten other countries in the region like Poland. So Russia has to pay a severe price for this, and we, with our allies, are imposing that price. We're also, as you mentioned, providing extensive support to Ukraine that goes on. And I think a lot of people suspected or worried that by now the initial support would start to wane. But just this week, Congress added another $13 billion to what we've already provided, which is over $26 billion in security assistance, financial assistance, humanitarian assistance, budgetary support. And then just yesterday, after speaking to President Zelensky, President Biden announced another 600 plus million in support for Ukraine. And that is also part of our Russia policy. We're doing this all very closely together with our allies. And we think it's having a great and positive effect.
We have to look a little bit into the future and what it would mean for Ukraine to win. The support is clearly visible on the battlefield. Putin's army is losing currently on the battlefield in Ukraine. He's becoming more and more desperate, and his future is becoming more and more unpredictable. So is the US ready for what may come next, possibly the collapse of Putin's regime or even disintegration of Russian state?
Yeah, you know, it's hard to look too far into the future here, and that's why I'm reluctant to speculate about what's around the corner. We've been wrong about many aspects of the conflict so far, and it's not helpful to just speculate about what comes next. What we've said is, for now, what we're doing is resisting this Russian aggression and helping Ukraine take back territory that Russia has illegally grabbed or claimed. And thanks to the bravery of the Ukrainians, with support by many of its partners and allies, they're in the process of doing that. And what we've said is we are going to help them take back that territory and put them in a stronger position. I think, Kasia, the answer to most of your questions so far is up to the Ukrainians, like the definition of victory and what it consists of and what happens next. We are trying to strengthen Ukraine's position. Ukraine has said that eventually there needs to be some sort of negotiation, and we want them to be in the strongest possible position for them to determine what victory consists of, and we're committed to that.
President Zelensky recently said after the Putin's annexation speech that he is willing to negotiate with Russia, but not with President Putin, with whoever may come after him. And President Biden famously said here in Warsaw during his March speech, for God's sake, this man cannot remain in power. So I understand your point about not speculating about the future, but being ready for this future. Is it a U.S. policy to try to see Putin go away?
No, that's not U.S. policy to create regime change in Russia, and we've been very clear about that. You mentioned the president's comments, and what we said about that is a natural comment for anyone to make, looking at the atrocities that are taking place caused by Putin. And I think that's a perfectly understandable reaction to have that feeling. And I think it's the feeling of many around here and in Ukraine, and it was what President Biden expressed when he was here. But we don't have a policy of regime change. Our policy, as I said, is to impose severe costs on Russia for this aggression, to support the Ukrainian people in liberating their territory.
Everything what Russia does in Ukraine, attempts at land grab and also aggression on Ukraine, is really closely watched in Beijing, of course, in the context of its ambitions about Taiwan. Do you think that all this concentration on NATO's eastern flank, on this conflict going on in Europe, has downplayed the US commitment to the security in the Pacific?
So we have to do and can do more than one thing at a time. There's always speculation. Does a pivot to Asia mean abandoning Europe? I would say two things. Yes, we are still focused on Asia. China is a colossal power that can in many ways rival the United States, and we have to be focused on that strategic challenge. We're not shy about that, and we've said that much of the history of this century will be written in Asia, and we need to be prepared for it, and we are. I actually just got back from a trip with the Vice President to Japan and the Republic of Korea, other allies that are concerned about a big neighbor. And that mission goes on, and we're not shying away from underscoring that China is central in our foreign policy. But it doesn't mean, and I think our actions underscore what I'm about to say, doesn't mean in any way abandoning other important theaters like Europe. And even as we have focused on our hugely important challenges in Asia and our alliances in Asia and the challenge in China, we have managed to find tens of billions of dollars in the US budget to back Ukraine and provide unprecedented military assistance, and to reinforce our NATO allies, including Poland, with additional force presence and troops and equipment. So it really isn't zero-sum. Obviously, you have to make some choices, and there is a limited number of resources. But I think two things are true at the same time. We face enormous challenges in Asia, and we're committed to dealing with them. But we are also in total solidarity with our NATO allies. And just last point on this, because there actually are some analogies between the two. In both cases, we're doing it with our allies. I mentioned just going to Japan and the Republic of Korea. We can't succeed in Asia without strong allies. We can't succeed in Europe without strong allies. And we need both to do more and be aligned with us, and we think they're doing just that.
So what's the US planning to do to counteract this rising offensive policy of China towards Taiwan?
I think we've been pretty clear about that. I mean, we were most recently clear after Speaker Pelosi's visit, and China took actions that we thought were a wild overreaction to a congressional visit. There are congressional visits all the time. We have made clear our policy on Taiwan has not changed. It didn't change with that visit. We're for peaceful relations in the Taiwan Strait. We're for the status quo politically. And we believe that no one should be unilaterally trying to change the status quo. And we were troubled by China's actions of crossing the center line and shooting missiles and destabilizing the relationship. So one thing we're doing is being clear about our policy with China and with others. We are underscoring our continued willingness to sail and fly consistent with international law throughout the area. Freedom of navigation, freedom of the seas is critically important, and we're doing it together with our allies, and it's one of the things we just consulted about on the Vice President's trip to East Asia.
Another quite telling words from President Biden from his recent interview with CBS station when asked whether US forces would defend Taiwan, he answered yes. Troops on the ground.
I don't have anything to add to what the president said. He was asked that, and he was asked it in Tokyo previously, and he said the same thing. So there's consistency there. As I said, our policy on Taiwan has not changed. We believe that the status quo should be maintained and no one should challenge it. But the president was asked a hypothetical question about what he would do. He answered it. He's been consistent on that point. Our job is to avoid that hypothetical situation from taking place. We're trying to avoid conflict, and that's the reason we have strong allies in the region, military presence in the region, and diplomacy in the region, so that that question never actually has to be answered.
Let's move on to Iran, another arch rival when you look at on the map, with brutal crackdown of protests right now after death of Mahsa Amini in the hands of morality police. There is still unresolved issue of nuclear agreement. There's Iran selling drones to Russia. Those drones attack Ukrainian cities. What's the long-term policy of the United States towards Iran and its regime?
So first on the protests, which I'm glad you highlighted because they should be highlighted. Actually, the crackdown on the protests should be highlighted. You will have seen in just the past several days, both the president and the vice president making statements about the rights, or what should be the rights of Iranians to express themselves, to freely protest, in particular women, and that's where the crackdown has been mostly focused, and these women should have the right to free expression, free speech, and it is more than regrettable that the Iranian regime, instead of allowing them such freedoms, is using violence and cracking down, and we condemn that in the strongest terms. In terms of Iran more generally, you mentioned many of the issues and policies we have a real problem with, plotting against foreign officials, destabilizing neighbors, and a nuclear program that needs to be addressed. We've been pretty clear and consistent about the nuclear program. We remain ready to have a nuclear deal with Iran, to revive the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, only if Iran comes into full compliance. We've been seeking to negotiate that. There are still gaps. What we've said is that's in our interest, and we think the world's interest, because it blocks Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. It doesn't in any way sweep aside all of the other issues that we have concerns with, which we will continue to deal with. Most recently announcing new sanctions about those responsible for the crackdown, but on other things like ballistic missiles and interference in neighboring states, those issues won't go away even if there is a nuclear deal. But we have said that a nuclear deal that constrains Iran's nuclear program is in our collective interest, because all of these issues would be many, many, many times worse if Iran also had a nuclear weapon.
And how do you react to Iran selling the drones to Russia?
We've been clear about that issue, not just with Iran, but in general. It would be a mistake for any country to provide Russia's military with support. And we have put export controls and penalties in place for anybody who does so, and that applies to Iran or anybody else. Nobody should be trying to assist the Russian war machine in its land grab and atrocities, and we have sanctioned the Iranians and others for doing so.
It's a lot is going on in the world right now with a war in Russia's aggression on Ukraine, with rising potential of China. Do you think that what's going on right now means that the rule-based international order has come to an end, that it's going to be a new era of just big powers competing and global rivalry?
So the rules-based international order is certainly under threat. I don't want to say it's come to an end. In fact, we're fighting very hard to preserve it. The Vice President has talked a lot about this and did so most recently on this Asia trip, where we see rules being challenged. Obviously, I mean, you mentioned the most egregious example most recently is Russia, whereas President Biden said at the UN last week, this is one of the most glaring violations of the rules-based order that we've seen in a very long time. I mean, there's no ambiguity there. It's just a land grab with horrific consequences that really needs to be condemned everywhere. And so that's the most egregious example of violating the rules-based order that we all need to stand up to. Unfortunately, it's not alone. There are other examples. I mentioned being in Asia, the North Koreans continue to test ballistic missiles or to use them for signaling in violation of numerous UN Security Council resolutions. We're concerned about Chinese practices in the territorial waters and airspace of others. It is in all of our collective interests to stand up for this international rules-based order. Let's not kid ourselves. It was never perfect. There was never some moment where everybody was always abiding by the rules. But we can sometimes lose sight of the fact that if it were to completely go away, we would all be at great risk. And we're in a part of the world where we have seen it completely go away, and we know what that looks like. So I don't want to say that we're anywhere near that now. What is clear is it's being challenged, and it's the responsibility of all countries around the world that want to see peace and stability for themselves and others to stand up for it and to condemn violations of it and to give themselves the capabilities to resist it when necessary.
So what needs to be done in order to protect this order, or does it need to change in any way to adapt to new challenges?
Well, like I said, I mean, this is a call for everyone to stand up for rules and order and to condemn those who violate it and to resist those who violate it. And we have a lot of allies around the world. We've been talking mostly about Asia and Europe who are prepared to do so. And we can only do it collectively. The United States can't do it alone. But we need to call out those countries that are tempted to violate it. If they get away with it, and that's one reason Russia's invasion of Ukraine is so important. It's first and foremost important for the lives of the Ukrainian people, and then obviously all of the other instability that flows from it. But it's even bigger than that, as huge as that is. It's even bigger than that because there's a principle at stake. Big countries can't swallow up smaller countries, or forget big and small. Countries can't just decide that because they want to, they're going to take territory from a neighbor. If we allow that to happen in Ukraine, then where else might it happen? And that's the whole idea of rules.
Taiwan or...
That's one example. If you send a message and by standing up to it, when I said, to respond to your question, Kasia, what can we do? And I said we need to speak out and resist it. If you make a country pay a price for doing that, you're sending a message to others around the world that there's a price to be paid. And other countries that might be tempted to use force to violate international rules and norms or take territory have now seen that for Russia, this has not led to the territorial acquisition that they wanted, but a devastation of the Russian economy, the loss of many Russian lives, many of whom were probably Russians who were forced to take part of this because of their leaders' orders, and a failure to acquire the territory that they're trying to take. If we can succeed in doing that and make Russia pay a price for that, then I think others will think twice before they go on such ill-advised attempts to undermine the rules-based order.
Thank you, sir, very much for this conversation. We had a pleasure to listen to Mr. Philip Gordon, National Security Advisor to the Vice President of the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello again. I'm Terry Martin, if you're just joining us. I didn't say hello to the people following this online. A hello to you too. I'm really glad that everyone can join us here in Warsaw, but I know that a lot more people can't be here and are tuning in online. So thanks and welcome to everyone. So we've now been briefed on US policy priorities, which fortunately still include Europe, despite a pivot to Asia. But what about Europe's priorities? How will the European Union respond to challenges on the horizon? How does it define those challenges, and how resilient will Europe be in facing those challenges? Those are questions we're going to be exploring during our next panel. Now, before I introduce our guests, I want to bring in a slide here at this point. I've since found out that the The statistics that we're looking at here were collected in May and June, a transatlantic poll conducted by the German Marshall Fund of the United States and the Bertelsmann Foundation of North America. And what we have here is a clear indication of how important the European Union is seen as a security provider for those living in EU member states. Again, this is focusing on EU member states. There's a lot more to this transatlantic trends poll that was conducted. If you want to look it up, you can find it online, transatlantic trends from the German Marshall Fund and the Bertelsmann Foundation. But this is a significant number. 81% see the European Union as an important provider of security. Well, that's interesting, given that the European Union doesn't really have its own clearly defined security and defense identity. Perhaps we'll be hearing more about that in just a moment. So, without further ado, allow me to introduce our guests for this ministerial panel discussion. From Ukraine, we have with us Ola Stefanishina, Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration. Let's see if we can get our guests on the stage. Listening? Okay. There's going to be a slight delay, I'm told, with Olha's arrival on the stage. So perhaps we can continue with our other panelists. We have three ministers. And again, it's a great honor to have with us people of this stature to talk about the topics we're exploring at this conference. From Poland, Konrad Szymanski, the Minister for European Union Affairs. Can I ask Konrad to come sit? There we are. Great. And from Greece, Nikos Dendias, the Foreign Minister of Greece. I'm just going to, yeah, exactly. That's great. Then I can see all of you very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you all have microphones? You're good, yeah. So we're hoping that Ola Stefan will join us very soon. I'm told she will be coming. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. This is new information to me. But listen, we are in a good position to have our discussion, get our discussion going right now. So we have here with us two ministers in governments, serving in governments, dealing with foreign affairs, European affairs in the European Union, from two geographically very different parts of the European Union. The European Union, of course, made up of 27 member states, each member state still being responsible for its own foreign policy, but trying to coordinate that with the others. And we sometimes run into difficulties in that, but it's the European Union, and we try to work that out, right? So let me begin by asking you this. Right now, we have Europe that is obviously facing massive challenges with the war in Ukraine, existential challenges in that sense, energy security and inflation. Those three things, Russian aggression, energy security, and inflation. Those are three monumental, indeed existential challenges to some degree facing Europe. But looking ahead, do you expect those to be the same challenges facing the EU down the road? Or what challenges do you see on the horizon that keeps you awake at night? Start with you. Yep.
I think since the COVID pandemic experience, we know that security is something wider than just the security itself. We experience a lot of insecurity coming from the interruption of the supply chain, food security, and in the end, political instability in the Union. I think the Union as a whole is an unprecedented organization, of course, but still dependent on political stability in capitals. So when you see the cumulative effects of all things you mentioned, possible effect, let's meet after winter, we will check. We can be quite concerned about this fragility of the European Union, coming from the political instability, accumulated because of different things. Of course, for the moment, the crucial aspect, the core reason for instability is war. But we have some direct and indirect consequences of the war, and we have to tackle with all of them. And of course, union is a very important context of our efforts, because coordinated, orchestrated efforts will be much more effective. And in the end, we have to secure the integrity of the single market, which is a profound factor for economic stability of the continent. But in many aspects, we need also a very active role of the member states. And again, we experienced it during the COVID pandemic. European Union has no exclusive, good afternoon, has no exclusive competences on health, but it could create it with the trade, for example, competences, could create a wider context for an effective delivery of security, in that sense, health security for the citizens. In war situation, it's the same. We have shared competences, shared burden to be delivered to our people in our own interest, because without political stability in capitals, the whole process will be endangered.
Political stability. If I've understood what you just said correctly, that is for you your chief concern, aside from the things, or related also to the things that we mentioned already. Political stability. We'll pick up on that in just a moment with the Greek foreign minister. But first I want to introduce Olha and welcome you to the panel. It's a great pleasure to have Olha Stepanishina.
Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. So great having you with us. Thank you for being with us. I know that it's not an easy time. Appreciate your time. I'm just going to pass this straight on to Nikos Dendias. Olha, we're just discussing challenges facing Europe and what challenges we see on the horizon, whether the Russian aggression in Ukraine and in Europe in general, the energy security crisis that Europe is facing, the inflation crisis that Europe is facing, are going to continue dominating Europe's concerns moving forward, or do you see other things on the horizon? But I'm going to first just bring in Nikos Dendias here for your response. Political stability, do you think that's a major issue? What do you see as the main challenges moving forward?
Well, you already mentioned two enormous challenges for Europe. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, let us be frank, nobody that I know was expecting that he will see a war in Europe in our lifetime, and yet we see this happening under a brutal aggression of one country against another country. We're facing the total disruption of the basic energy provision scenario in which Europe was living up to now, maybe naively so, but nobody had foreseen that we should stop getting energy from Russia. And also, we see the reappearance of something that we have forgotten. If you go to a bank now and you see a rather young banker, let's say 45, 46, 47, which is not that young, and we will ask him on advice on inflation, he cannot answer because he has never seen inflation in his lifetime. So all this together, of course, threaten the European experiment, the European project. Can we address these challenges? Of course we can address these challenges. And I have to say the unity of Europe against the Russian aggression of Ukraine is a very optimistic signal that this project, which in my humble opinion is a young project, I'm always saying that the European project is like the monotheistic religions with the exception of Islam. They need 300-400 years to take root. So Europe is young, yet being young, it stays united against the Russian aggression of Ukraine. Now, if you ask me what could wake me up at night, like a nightmare, I'm not speaking about the particular Greek agenda because, you know, every night before I go to sleep, I take a look at the Turkish overflights of Greek islands every day. So let's put that in the parentheses. This is the dissolution of Europe. Not just instability. Because instability, I can understand it, but it's something that be addressed. But if in our lifetime the European project does not go any forward, if we see a Brexit in a larger scale, that would be a total historic calamity. As long as Europe stands united and strong, I'm optimistic for the future.
Okay, those are two perspectives from ministers serving in the governments of two important European Union member states. All countries in the European Union, of course, are important, but your two countries are significant, and they're representing different parts of the European Union geographically with different interests. But you both agree that political stability, and indeed to the point of possible dissolution of the European Union, is a concern for you. Olha Stefanishina, forgive me, I'm working on it. You represent a country that wants to be in the European Union, a country that is currently suffering unspeakable aggressions from Russia and trying to defend its very identity, trying to maintain its sovereignty to the degree it can. When you look at the European Union, an institution that you've applied to join, what do you see as the main issues for the European Union, the problems that it could face with you in it or without you in it, moving forward?
Well, thank you so much. I can share some of the logic we use as leaders in Ukraine, facing various challenges, including the full-scale war. Whenever we're in a front line of taking any of the decision, we choose the outcome, which definitely gives a positive answer to the question, will that solution make us stronger? Whatever we do should make us stronger. And that is equally applicable to each and every situation or a crisis that is taking place now on Ukrainian soil, worldwide, Europe-wide. So I would just give the example of energy crisis taking place now throughout the Europe and particularly tackled by EU countries. This is an unprecedented challenge. But what will make EU stronger? EU will overcome this winter by having the unity on the restrictions, at the same time minimizing the effect to average household in every EU country. And whatever actions are needed to become stronger after this crisis, they should be taken. It's equally important to listen back the messages which were delivered the years before on the Nord Stream 2 as a project of geopolitical influence, which is in fact formally enshrined in the defense doctrine of the Russian Federation, is public. So it says, and I'm quoting, that gas and energy resources should remain a major element of geopolitical influence of the Russian Federation. And it has been long before the war started. It's been long before the eyes has been opened to the Russian blackmail. So the full EU sovereignty from Russian energy dependence will make EU stronger. And whatever leads all of us to this goal will make us stronger together. That would cause enormous suffering, and that equally important to preserve the political stability in that regard, because the more determined politicians to make Europe stronger, the more determined politicians to put a price for Russian Federation higher, the more they are subjected to political pressure within their countries. And we saw this cascade of resignations of the prime minister in various EU countries. So unity, mutual support, and understanding that gaining the full energy sovereignty within European Union from the Russian energy resources will make us stronger. And whatever leads us to this goal, any action should be taken.
Thank you. I just want to remind our audience that we will have some time for questions from you at the end of this session. I want to try to save 15 minutes for questions. So if you are thinking, but what about this? Maybe just hold that thought, and I'll try to get back to you towards the end of the session. Ukraine's EU membership, it's It's an issue that's been discussed at length within the European Union, also within Ukraine, I'm sure, as well. Talk to us about prospects for that actually happening. How do you see the prospects for that happening? Let's start with you, Olha.
Thank you. I was wondering who would be the one to start, the discussion. Well, the very interesting events are upcoming tomorrow and day after tomorrow. This is the first meeting of the European political community and then informal EU Council meeting. Indeed, I think that the logic I've shared by answering the previous question has been traced by providing Ukraine with the candidate status to the membership of the EU. By the end of the day, there's been a lot of hesitation among many member states, but everybody understood, and there was a consensus that this decision will make EU stronger, which will bring European Union back to the subjectiveness arena. And in fact, it really unblocked a lot of issues related to other enlargement processes. So, we understand that it's not a one-day process, but we fully support the idea of the French president on European political community because we are now in a situation where we are like around 80% aligned with the EU market and EU regulations. And whenever European Union, and now I'm talking as if we're in a time of peace, right, proposes the new era of priorities or policies, Ukraine should be part of preparing these policies because by the end of the day, we consume them, we implement them, and we have no other option because we are part of the same continent and basically part of the same market. So for us, throughout the process, it's important to be on the table of the discussion. But our application for membership in European Union on the fourth day of war was basically a part of our reflection of our national aspiration and investment into European project as it is. And we are glad that we were supported.
Gentlemen, I want to ask you to respond to something that Olha just said about Ukraine making the European Union stronger, that Ukraine could make the European Union stronger. Now, that's an argument that resonates with some and perhaps others not, because there are several countries waiting to join the European Union. Some of them have been waiting for a long time. And within the European Union, you talked about political stability and the concern about the dissolution. There's some who believe that the enlargement fatigue has set in the European Union and that the European Union cannot afford to enlarge. I would just like to get your responses to those ideas, ministers, starting with you.
I think Europe cannot afford to stop enlargement. Europe cannot accept no enlargement in the nearest future. This is the problem we face. I think the enlargement, in case of Ukraine, it's the most geostrategic decision about candidate status ever. It's the only way to make Europe more relevant in global scale. At the moment, we have some reasons to be satisfied with the role EU can play in this tragic war. We can accumulate a lot of political power, economic power to be relevant in this situation. It couldn't happen without the scale. The scale of this organization is a basic factor for the general relevance in the international affairs. We can face enormous challenges in the nearest future, and all of them will be of global scale. So if Europe want to be relevant, we need enlargement. And of course, it means that it is not only the interest of Ukraine, it is also in the best interest of Europe. We advocated the enlargement revival for years. It's a pity we had to wait till the tragic war to get a very reasonable answer, but the answer is good. The determination of the Central Europe, together with very constructive action presented by the European Commission. I have to stress it, because without the AVI, the project, I think it would be not very easy to adopt this decision. We have enormous progress, and I think we should go this way in a dynamic pace, because it is in our vital interest. We see what is happening around us. There is a strategic competition with competitive or openly hostile countries. And it is, of course, it will be done at the expense of our security and our welfare. So I think Europe has no choice. We have to expand to show the world that Europe is relevant.
Nikos Dendias, you've expressed concern about the danger of Europe coming apart, the political instability could go to that degree. Right now, when it comes to foreign policy decisions in the European Union, there's the principle of unanimity on most of those decisions. There's not qualified majority voting, which is an issue that's being hotly debated. We don't need to go into the technical details on that, but if you're going to be a foreign policy, an entity, a political entity with foreign policy weight, you have to be, have a decision-making capacity. Do you believe that Ukraine joining the European Union would increase the stability of the European Union? Would it make it stronger?
Well, we Greece, but myself personally, were strong advocates of enlargement. I totally share what my colleague has said. You know, there's the old simplistic approach, the European project like a bicycle, either it moves forward or it falls, but I will not go to that. It is clear that we cannot allow black holes in our continent. And it's clear that the European countries are entitled to become members of the European Union. Of course, under the set conditionality, that goes without saying. But it's what we'll be looking forward to and what we should help those countries to achieve. And you were right to state that exactly before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was an enlargement fatigue in Europe. Discussions, let's wait, etc., etc., etc. We cannot afford that. We cannot afford to wait. And what we should do, and on that President Macron's proposal is instrumental, we have to help those countries, Ukraine included, to become members of the European Union the soonest. And let me give another example, the Balkans, the Western Balkans. Very small countries, GDP negligible towards the European GDP. Yet again, if let alone, a huge source of potential trouble. Take Bosnia-Herzegovina. Bosnia-Herzegovina could become a powder keg in the very center of Europe. And yet again, we do not address it. We forget about it. So, cut a long story short, we should help those countries to become members of our family. I'm not saying the union, I'm using the word family the soonest. I think this is the way forward.
There's been a lot of talk in the past few years, much of it put forward by the French since Macron became president there, concerning the notion of strategic autonomy or strategic sovereignty for Europe, how to achieve that. Now, I don't want to go into those terms. That's not going to take us very far. I want to put the question a different way. I want to ask you to reflect on the idea of what it would take to improve Europe's capacity to deal with major challenges on the horizon moving forward. What needs to happen? We've heard enlargement, maintaining political unity. What else would you say would make Europe a stronger force to be taken seriously in the world and be able to deal with the challenges moving forward? Also, if they are of a defense nature, of a security nature. Because people, obviously, within the European Union are looking to the European Union, the member states, to provide that security. What would it take? What does it need? What does Europe need to be stronger moving forward? Maybe from an outside perspective, a country that is wanting to join the European Union, also wanting to join NATO. We can talk about that too, but we're focusing on Europe. When you look at Europe, how is Europe going to strengthen itself? I mean, Ukraine joining might make it stronger. That's what you were saying. What else? What does Europe need that it doesn't have right now to make it a more viable entity moving forward?
Well, we should be frank to each other. After the 24th of February, we started the new era of forming the new global order. And in this field, there are like a lot of players. There's like UN, there's NATO, then there's European Union, there's like individual leaders. But we should be frank in confirming that none of these conventional institutions or instruments has prevented us from this full-scale war and invasion to Ukraine, which caused a multiple military instability around the continent, economic instability, breaking into various multiplicating various crises. And I think it's very important to recognize that and to think that we all, as Ukrainians, made our investment. We invest in the European project. So far, we believe this is the only instrument of preserving unity, sovereignty, and security by economic integration, by political integration. And this has been a very strategic decision on our side. But a part of commitment, a part of belief, it also requires action to preserve. And I want to quote the recent address of a president and prime minister and a speaker of Ukrainian parliament to North Atlantic Treaty Organization. We made an appeal towards active deterrence. We should think of active measures which could deter further aggression, which could build our resilience, and to make sure that we are not only trying to punish such players as Russian Federation or reflect to the multiple crises affected by them, but we do the effective measures to safeguard ourselves, to safeguard our values, to safeguard our economies. And we should start talking about uncomfortable things, thinking beyond the boxes. We have been doing it for many times already. We have made an application to EU membership, and it came up out of nowhere that something which seemed impossible on 28th of February became possible on 23rd of June. And nothing has happened deadly. It has only made all of us stronger. The same decision has been taken to establish the Ramstein format. This seems absolutely impossible on 24th of February, so that more than 40 countries, not bound by NATO, EU, or any other format, to coordinate efforts to provide Ukraine with the military support. On 23rd of February, we were only talking to asking Great Britain to provide us a little bit more stingers than they were doing the years before. And now the situation is different.
Okay, I mean, you mentioned the UK. The UK has left the European Union. We've, to some degree, the European Union has already begun to dissolve, you could say. In order to be taken seriously on the world, in world affairs, Nikos Dendias, you've been working in the government for years in different ministerial posts. You know how Europe is seen in the world. What does Europe need to do to be taken seriously?
Well, I hope we are being taken seriously, but we can do better. Eh? It is, let me again be absolutely frank, we need a defense arm. In our integration process, we need a defense arm. You know,
a defense
the present
format, you say?
No, arm.
Defense arm.
We need.
Thank you.
So, let me take an example. In the south, Libya. Now, the European Union is trying to impose on an arms embargo Libya. Libya is a failed state as we speak, and also is a route for irregular migration towards Europe, which, I'm opening parentheses, can destabilize Malta and Italy, closing the parentheses at least. And also to the south, the Sahel is a terrorist paradise. The European Union is trying to do the minimum, impose an embargo of transfer of arms, and is begging around to create a flotilla of 2 or 3 frigates. Greece has given one, but we cannot find the other 2 easily. So, if we have decided in Europe, as von der Leyen has said, that we need to be a geopolitical player, we need a defense arm.
Colonel Szymański, how do you see it? Do you think that's going to happen? Poland has become a very important player, obviously, in the defense sector.
In Brussels, we usually, in these situations, we go to our details of our institutional arrangements and we start talking about QMV in say, CFSP. I'm afraid it's a blind alley because there is no alternative, even in the EU, unprecedented organization. There is no alternative to political will. And to make the political will uniform, orchestrated to the degree which will be better than even today, we simply need better understanding of our own role as a Europe in global order and our role and our part in wider context of the West. And this war, I think, proves it very, very clearly that there is no alternative to the West as a concept. You can call it differently if anybody would be not happy with this Cold War language, we can find another. But the concept of the wider coordination across the Western countries is the key for our relevance in situations like this. We accepted very smoothly, very quickly, unprecedented financial sanction, freezing a lot of Russian money in Europe and elsewhere. We could do it because we could coordinate this with other monetary areas, like pound. Indeed, UK left EU, but they don't want to left Europe, definitely,
right.
And it's good news in this gloomy context. We couldn't do it effectively without coordination with the US dollar. And then, with this coordination, we did something significant. And we have to repeat this format, this pattern in any other situation. There is no alternative to political will.
No alternative to political will. I think everyone would subscribe to that. I would like to open the floor to questions. We have audience members with questions. I see one hand up here already. I see another one back there. That's great. Let's collect a couple of questions. We have someone walking around with a microphone. The lady in the third row, I believe. Let's start there, and then we'll go to the gentleman in the back.
Hello, everyone.
Please identify yourself and address your question.
Thank you very much for that kind of important discussion. I am Yana Avanesyan from Armenia, alumna of European Academy of Diplomacy. Today, earlier in the morning, a member of Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada, Ustinova, fairly mentioned that in 2014 they were asking and urging Europe to help them to escape and to fight against Russian invasion, but Europe's response was not conformant, and today we see the consequences of that silence. But I want to mention that...
so we're looking for a question, if
yes,
you could perhaps formulate
the invasion of Russia to Ukraine encouraged another Eastern European country, Azerbaijan, to invade its neighbor Republic of Armenia. But EU don't have any actions against Azerbaijan, and even today Mr. Borrell mentioned that they don't go to any sanctions against Azerbaijan. Don't you think that...
I'm going to have to stop you there, unless you have a question.
Yeah, and don't you think that one day, as today Ukraine is surviving, the same will be with Armenia, and it will be a little bit later?
Thank you. So your question regarding Armenia, I'm sure that Nikos Dendias might have a comment on Armenia. But before we get to the responses, I want to bring in another question that I saw on the back. Someone had raised a piece of paper, I think, so I could see past the camera. Could you please, if you're still with us, raise your hand again, and we will give you a microphone. But I don't see a hand back there anymore. Any other questions? There's a gentleman at the back, right there. Great, microphone coming your way.
Hello, my name is Iverson from Hong Kong. I'm a columnist at the Estonian newspaper Postimehest. We talk about European unity, so I have a question regarding European unity when it comes to China. Recently, shortly following the Pelosi's Taiwan visit, 2 EU member states, namely Latvia and Estonia, left the so-called N+1 Central and Eastern European format with China. And a year ago, Lithuania did the same. So my question to the panel is, in particular regarding Poland and Greece, when will these member states quit the format, because we talk about EU 27, not EU 14 or 15, 16 or 17. So if there's no timetable, can you suggest why Poland and Greece are not quitting the format and allowing the EU 27 to exercise its unity against China? Thank you.
Okay, a very specific question tied to a grouping, but perhaps we can have a response that embraces the European Union's position on China in general. So if there's not another question at this point, we do have one. Gentleman in the second row, if we could bring him a microphone, and then we'll get responses.
Jacek Kaczewski. I would like to ask, a few days ago, ex-Chancellor Merkel suggested that in the end the security architecture in Europe would have to include Russia. Any comments on that?
Thank you. So, let's begin. Who would like to address? Let's start here.
I will start with comments on comments made by the Chancellor Merkel. I think Europe offered Russia in 2004-2005 a privileged partnership as a, let's say, initial invitation to be a rational partner for the continent. We in Poland, in many other countries in Central Europe, were not very happy with this because we see the unproportional attention to Moscow comparing with, for example, Kiev. And we are rather skeptical about this, but it happened, and it was bluntly refused. So I think it is a historical comment. I think the whole logic of the mutual interdependence, which governed Berlin for years, is intellectually very attractive, I have to say. It would be very nice if it would work, but it couldn't work because in this sort of interdependent story, you need a partner who shares your rationality. Not necessarily values, maybe it's too much, but at least rationality about the international relations. And Russia never been a credible partner in this sense. And that's why we made such an enormous, as a union and some member states, enormous mistake, because we missed the point with the rationality of Russia. We in Warsaw, we never been mesmerized with this logic, but in the end, some national decision made by some capitals restricted, limited the strategic power of the Union in time of war, and we should remember about it.
Okay. So this was kind of almost a backward-looking question. I mean, Chancellor Merkel is no longer Chancellor of Germany, she's ex-Chancellor, but the whole question of where Russia is going to fit into Europe's future configuration in security terms is something that's going to be explored moving forward, I'm sure. What about, so we've got Armenia and China also as topics.
Well, the China question, the way it was put, at least China per se is a big challenge for the Western world. That is obvious. It's a competitor, it's a challenge, it's an antagonist. It's all around it, and a huge discussion is taking place after we left the naive assumption of the previous decade that China, by becoming more affluent, will become more democratic and closer to us. It's clear that that is not there. Now we are watching very carefully the next Congress of the Chinese Communist Party, which starts on the 15th or 16th of October, but as far as this mechanism is concerned, I don't remember any European decision to leave this mechanism. So that is, I would say, rather a side issue. Now, on the issue of Armenia, I was in Yerevan just 2-3 days ago. And I have to say, I made, as far as my country is concerned, I made a clear statement. But also, I saw France and the United States making clear statements as well on the incidents of the Azeri aggression against Armenia proper the last few days. It's clear that the South Caucasus is a huge challenge, and Armenia is a country that is facing a big problem. The European Union should and would try to help Armenia as much as possible.
I find it interesting regarding China that when I asked the three of you about challenges on the horizon, China was not mentioned as a challenge on the horizon for the European Union. Of course, for the United States, this is one of the main foreign policy priorities. Now, I know that Ukraine is not a member of the European Union, so talking about foreign policy from the European Union's perspective towards these countries that were mentioned may not really be something you want to comment on. You're welcome to comment on it, of course, but I would put another question to you myself that I'm curious about, and it regards something that was mentioned yesterday, and it concerns the viability of Ukraine moving forward. Let's assume that Ukraine is victorious. We all wish that the case here, that it will push Russia back and Ukraine's territorial integrity will be restored. Then what? There's already talk of reconstruction, but what we heard yesterday from the German Marshall Fund president was that there can be no stability without security. So my question would be, what do you think is needed first? Membership in the European Union or in NATO? And which do you think will come first? What is what are your expectations? What do you see as the obstacles concerning that?
Thank you. I have a totally different answer to this question, and it's very closely aligned with what has been raised as a quotation of former Chancellor Angela Merkel. Her statement sounds to me like every complicated task has a million of falseful but very easy decisions. It's not that easy. Russia has already been part of the security architecture we seem to be living in. And we have to learn our lessons first. Secondly, the timing and the conditions under which Russia should be subjected to a discussion on the new security conditions in Europe. And there is like a minimum which shall be the precondition for any discussions with Russia. First is what you've said, regaining and deoccupation of the territory of Ukraine, at least to the borders of 23rd of February. Then making sure that Russian Federation is paying by justice and financially paying the reparations to Ukraine and all the nations which has suffered physically and financially from this war. This is a strongest deterrent for the Russian people to know that there comes a physical price for the decision, for the unilateral decision of a leader. And that is essential so that every Russian mother, every Russian soldier, every Russian citizen knows that their children and their grandchildren will be paying for the crimes committed on their soil. And of course, justice to the Russian Federation, to the Kremlin. And this is the minimal set of things which should be for the preconditions for sitting, I'm not talking about Ukraine and Russia, for the whole world to sit back and seek for the discussion with the Russian Federation. And for Ukraine, of course, the victory, the larger discourse could be based on the reconstruction, which is the baseline for which is the EU membership, Ukraine membership in European Union, and making Ukraine stronger, but also becoming the member state of NATO, which is so obvious and will be very much obvious when Ukraine is back to the borders of its territory. And security guarantees we're now advocating for are in place, which will allow us not to get the military support to defend ourselves, but to make sure that we are secured even when the war is over to prevent another one.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for all three ministers. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Don't go away. There's much more to come in this room. In fact, what we were just discussing is what the topic of the next panel is going to be. I'll be back in just a moment to introduce that. Stay with us if you can. Thank you. So, hello again. I wasn't gone very long. I'm glad to see that many of you are still here. I know that after something that heady, something that intense that the discussion we just had, it's important to first reflect. But we're going to take this discussion to to another level. Because we have a high-level conversation coming up right now in this room exploring the implications of Russia's war in Ukraine and what it means for the EU's internal security. It's my great pleasure to introduce a journalist, a fellow journalist whose work I read regularly in Berlin, Christoph von Marschall, the chief diplomatic correspondent of the German daily newspaper Der Tagesspiegel.
Yeah, it's my great pleasure to welcome here Ylva Johansson on the stage, the European Commissioner for Home Affairs. And what we will do now, we try to think ahead a little bit. Of course, the war, the impact of the war is mainly on the citizens of Ukraine, and the citizens of the European Union are not the target of immediate fighting, but they feel the secondary consequences like energy prices, like inflation. The national conversation generally has changed. And now we would like to take a broader perspective and assess the short and long-term threats and how the EU can respond to it. And we would start just to make a list. Commissioner, what is mainly on your mind when you are thinking about the threats and consequences for home security inside the European Union?
Well, we have to recognize that the big threat is Putin. This is the biggest threat towards us. Of course, now he's invading Ukraine. He wants to destroy Ukraine totally. He wants to destroy the Ukrainians, but he is also destroying the international global order. And he wants to destroy the European Union. We should not be naive. This is actually his goal. So this is the biggest threat, and that means that the most important thing that we need to do in the European Union is to make sure that he will not win. So we have to stay united, and we have to be very strong, and we have to make sure that he will not win, because that will really be the big threat towards us. So this is the overall thing, and that means that we have to deal with, he's using energy as a weapon, he's trying to divide us, he's trying to put a false narrative and propaganda on what causes these high energy prices. So this is the biggest thing. But then of course we also have to deal with other things, like we have more than 4 million Ukrainian refugees. They are not a threat towards the internal security, but of course it's a challenge to deal with this. We have to deal with the infrastructure, the critical infrastructure, and I think we all think about it right now after the attacks on the Nord Stream pipelines. We need to be much more resilient, be much more aware of the huge risk that the critical infrastructure is posing on us, and we need to do more. And that was also clear from the speech from President von der Leyen today in Parliament. We need to recognize that a war is of course a catastrophe for citizens, but it's an opportunity for criminals. We will see organized criminal groups using this opportunity, trafficking weapons, trafficking people, trying to lure women and children, refugees, into trafficking, using them for sexual purposes or other purposes. They will try to traffic drugs. This, of course, we have to stay very vigilant on this topic. And the last thing I would say is that this is really an area where we need also to better protect our external borders. And this is, of course, something that we are already doing, but staying vigilant on how to protect our external borders is also important.
So we have a list of these things like critical infrastructure, like new opportunities for organized crime, human trafficking, firearms and drugs. So what can the EU do about it? Because often it's a mixed responsibility. It's not everything in the field of the European Union or the Commission. Sometimes you need to cooperate with member states. Then it's a question, for example, the critical infrastructure, is that more a military challenge or is it a civil challenge? So let's go through those points. Let's start with the critical infrastructure, because it's on all of our minds. We just have seen how easily it can be attacked. And what can we do to protect this critical infrastructure?
We can do much more, and actually the Commission proposed almost 2 years ago a new legislation to protect our critical infrastructure in the European Union, and actually just before the summer the co-legislators agreed on this new legislation that will now be implemented. And for example, what we put in the legislation is that member states are not only obliged, today they are obliged to take into account 2 different areas, transport hubs and energy sector. Now we are broadening the scope to 11 sectors, like fresh water, food supply, a lot of other areas, cybersecurity, and also the steps that member states need to take. Why is this important on the European level? It's because that many of those critical entities are not only critical for one member state. If they are being destroyed, they have devastating consequences for many member states. And also that's why it's also important to make sure that we can restore as quick as possible. So we have a new legislation in place, and that member states and Parliament has been very happy to adopt, actually. So they see the need for a European approach here.
So we have a lot of social and economic pressure because people are economically more vulnerable, and you said that is an opportunity for organized crime. So how can we counter that? Of course, the easiest would say, well, let's make sure that no household has less money than before. Of course, that's not feasible. So what are the options to counter this kind of threat?
Yeah, we need to see that it's the organized criminal groups that are really using this. And the organized criminal groups, they are more and more professional. They are more and more international, and they are more and more violent. We see now that they are organized more or less like international, multinational business companies. And that's why we need more of police cooperation. So each member state, the police is doing a great job, but they can only see part of it, because most of those have links to other member states. And that's why the police cooperation is at the core. And that's why Europol is at the core. So we have recently now have a new mandate for Europol with bigger possibilities. Also, for example, to develop artificial intelligence to deal with information. Like, for example, you probably know about the Encrochat case, the Sky ECC, the Anom, where we had a lot of information on how these organized criminal groups works, but all these messages cannot be read by a policeman or policewoman. It has to be dealt with by artificial intelligence. It has to be dealt with together. We also know from this information that they very often they're using corruption. 60% of the organized criminal groups think that corruption is the best way to reach their target and their goals. And that means also that how we're building the resilience towards anti-corruption is really part of fighting the organized crime. But the short answer to your question is better police cooperation, quicker channels for the exchange of information, and a stronger role for Europol.
You made a very interesting remark about refugees. Of course, the war caused a lot, millions of refugees, and especially in this country, Poland. Poland has taken in a lot of refugees from Ukraine. But then you said, that's not a threat. That is a challenge. And of course, we understand what you are saying, but we have had conflicts before where we would have said, no, wait a minute, refugees can be a threat. When we had this mass of refugees from wars like in Iraq and Syria, of course there was this concern that it might also be an opportunity to smuggle in people who will be a threat for internal security. Has that changed? Is the structure of the war in Ukraine and the refugees which are coming so different from the refugees which were coming from Iraq, from Syria, and so on?
No, but we are much better prepared. I think this is important to see. The European Union is much better prepared to deal with a big refugee crisis. We are now facing the biggest refugee crisis since the Second World War. And of course it's a challenge, but actually we are managing. And of course, some member states are taking bigger responsibilities than others. The country with the highest number of Ukrainian refugees per capita is the Czech Republic. Second is Poland. Third is Lithuania. So these are our countries that really are taking a big, but we are dealing with this. And on this security thing, from the day one, We really reached out to the member states at the borders to make sure that they do the security check, even though it's difficult when so many people come, but they did. They did a security check on everybody entering into the European Union, and we sent support from Frontex, from Europol, to help with the second line and the third line of security checks. And yes, we found some people that try to use the opportunity to sneak into the European Union that are dangerous or potentially dangerous. But the borders worked. Actually, in this, the welcoming was huge and heartwarming, but the security checks were also there, and they worked.
So, of course, I have to ask, when you're talking about refugees, and it's a normal complaint that the EU member states haven't come to an agreement how to distribute refugees between them. Is that, how do I say that? Is that more an artificial complaint, or has it practical consequences when you said, you know, it works? Countries are taking in these refugees. It's not that they are refugees which they are not taken care of. So does it have to be the European Union? Do we need this agreement? Or can we say, if something is working, don't complain too much about the parts which could be better but are not really an obstacle?
Both yes and no. You know, when I was appointed commissioner, it's almost 3 years ago, and the main topic that I was given by Ursula von der Leyen was, you have to unblock the blocked situation on migration. And that has been my main topic. Because migration is something normal. Migration will always happen. Yeah? And our task is to manage migration in an orderly way, and we do that better together, and we do it also better together with third countries. And I've been working on this, and I mean, we are in a much better situation now. So now I have presented a new pact on migration and asylum, and it's being adopted step by step. And member states have a very constructive approach, and Parliament as well. And I think that was, we are dealing with, I should say, we're dealing with migration in a normal way. It's, if I can put it like, my aim was to make migration a normal, boring EU topic, to say that we should, I mean, member states have different opinions in many aspects, not only on migration, but most of the things we are dealing with in the European Union. And then, you know, we deal with it, Commission make proposal, member states make amendments, and they make compromises, and Parliament make compromises, and then we find an agreement that is maybe not perfect, but quite good. Yeah? And that's how we now are dealing with migration as well. So we are adopting part step by step, and that is going well. They make no headlines because we are actually adopting it. So it's not like, you know, the big conflict. And I think that was, it's a long answer, but I think that was the reason behind that it was possible this time to activate the Temporary Protection Directive. In my view, that should have been activated in the migration crisis in 2015, but the political situation was not there. This time, we had worked very hard to find a better understanding between member states, a better if not a consensus, but a better understanding on different views and different realities. And when I proposed to activate this directive for the first time ever in the Union, we had a unanimous decision 1 week after the war started. I think this was great, and this was really showing that we can deal also with very difficult issues together. And when we do that, we can be real proud of each other, and then we can manage things and challenges that are bigger than we thought we could deal with.
You were talking about migration, now we are talking about refugees, and of course the world would be much easier if it would be such a black and white thing. This is one thing, that's the other thing, and of course it is mixed, and it can also develop over time. So it is quite clear at the beginning of the war, people are fleeing the fighting in Ukraine, and they need, of course, a place they can go. But then comes the second chance, or this second part of the whole game, and they will be needed in Ukraine to rebuild the country. So what are your thoughts about handling that? To which degree could we also say that, you know, there's a time when you need help, and there's a time when the country, but all of Europe, needs some people to go back in order not to cause a brain drain, which might be the obstacle for rebuilding those parts of the country which are not under war anymore?
People are going back right now. Quite a number of the Ukrainian refugees are going back right now. I was in Kiev 2 months ago, and I met with several of women that has been fleeing to the EU, and now was back in Ukraine, back in Kiev, rebuilding the country, going back to work, being part of the resilience, being part of the fight. So a lot of people are going back to Ukraine right now. And I think it's important with our message, go back. If things get worse, you are welcome back to the EU again. So this is actually happening right now. Then it's important to say that the Temporary Protection Directive is a temporary protection. So it will last until March 2024. So it's not a forever protection. Hopefully we are, the war had ended and Putin is defeated then. But if not, then we have to have other solutions, because this solution has a limit in time.
You mentioned one more challenge, obstacle, however, and that is our borders, the external borders of the European Union. And again, it's a mixed responsibility. It is in the responsibility of member states at the external, but we have also Frontex, the agency, which is an EU agency. So you said that has improved enormously, but in the Mediterranean, for example, we still see a lot of problems which are not managed well or to a degree satisfactory. So what can be done to secure these borders, these external borders better? And is this mixed responsibility really an obstacle in practice? To which degree is it? What are your thoughts on that?
No, it's not an obstacle at all. We are now developing the integrated border management, which will be the most modern border management in the world, actually. So we are rolling out the coming years a very much higher ambition when it comes to the digitalization of our protection of the external borders. We will have much more information on everybody that will enter into the European Union, and Frontex is being building up and are working with more and more member states. So I really see a lot of progress in this area. But we also need to look at our partner countries. So for example, a few weeks after the war started, the Moldovan Minister of Interior called me, Anna Revenko, and she said, "Help! I can't protect my borders. I don't have the people. Can you send Frontex here?" Because that was how the criminals used that border, because it was a weaker one than towards the European Union. And then I said, oh no, negotiating an international agreement with Frontex takes usually 1 to 2 years in negotiations. And before that, we are not allowed to send border guards to a third country. But I said, okay, let's try. We finalized the agreement and the negotiation in 2 weeks. And the same day as I signed the agreement, Frontex border guards were actually coming to the borders. And they are doing a great job right now, helping Moldova at their external borders. So this is also important, how we work with weaker part, to say, that is also outside the European Union.
We have just 1 minute left, but I would like to raise an issue you started with. The biggest danger or threat at all is Putin, him in itself. He is trying to undermine us. He is trying to undermine the cohesion. And he is using tools like propaganda. So what is the best countering option for the European Union to counter this kind of propaganda that raises doubts in us, whether this is our war to fight, whether we should suffer inflation-wise, energy, and so on and so on. So what is your advice in that direction?
We have to fight this in many aspects, I must say. I was just having before this conversation with Google, and I think that the tech companies are important here, what they can do to counter disinformation and propaganda, but also that we need to have we are democracies. That makes, of course, that when people are having another opinion than the government, that makes sense that it could make the government lose, yeah? And that's how it should be. But that means also that we have to have a very broad democratic debate, and we have to speak out on the role of Putin. And I'm a little bit afraid that sometimes we are focusing too narrow on the problems that we are having, you know, and exactly close to me, like my high energy prices and other problems, the inflation. But we have to have a broader view to see what is causing this, and what is the biggest threat. What is the biggest threat towards the energy supplies in the long term? What is the biggest threat towards the internal security in the European Union in the long term? So we really need to see where the real threat comes from, and we have to fight it together. So I think so far we have been much more united, much stronger than Putin thought that we should be. We surprised him, and we surprised ourselves a bit, and I think that we should continue to surprise ourselves, to show, because when we are united, we can do so much more than we think that we can do, actually. We can achieve so much more, and this is really what's at stake right now.
That would be psychological resilience of the whole society. Please join me in thanking the Commissioner Ylva Johansson, and I wish you a successful day. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A timely message for where we are right now, that united we can create and achieve much more than we imagine, that let's continue to surprise ourselves. Well, we've got a couple of surprises coming up this afternoon. I know I might have surprised you by moderating that one panel session. You might have been expecting someone else. If you were using your paper program, we don't update everything all the time, but online on our app, you should probably see what's going on there quite well. Now, our next session is on a topic that's getting a lot of traction at the Warsaw Security Forum, and that is designing Ukraine's recovery in the spirit of the Marshall Plan. And for that, we have with us a very special moderator. Thomas Kleine-Brockhoff is Vice President and Executive Director of the Berlin office of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Eventually, this war will end. And on the day after, we need a plan to reconstruct Ukraine, and a plan to help Ukraine reconstruct. Now, some people say, why worry about this now? Aren't there other priorities? Isn't there a war to conduct and to win? Isn't there an ailing country to be kept afloat? To that, I would say, yes, that is true. But remember, you can win a war and lose the peace. And remembering World War II, the post-war planning started in 1942. So reconstruction planning, in fact, has started in July in Lugano. The first international reconstruction conference took place, and Ukraine, in fact, presented its national recovery plan there. Problem was, the Western donor countries did not present a plan. 3 weeks from now, there is another such conference, an expert conference hosted by the German government and the European Commission in Berlin. And again, we're not at the point where such a comprehensive plan is to be expected from the Western donor country side. Now, there is one such plan, and it is this. It is not, I admit, a government plan. It is not an EU plan. It's just a think tank paper, but it is the first of its sort. It's the first comprehensive attempt to look at the challenges of reconstruction from a donor country perspective. It's a framework to think about. Now, there are a number of thorny questions connected with reconstruction and with helping Ukraine reconstruct. First, who should pay? How should we organize burden sharing? Who should lead? Which institutions to use or to build? When to start? During the war, after the war, regional differences? How best to enable investments? what to do with Russia's frozen assets, how to ensure accountability and avoid corruption in a country that has a history thereof, and how best to involve civil society. Now, the Berlin conference in 3 weeks will focus on 2 of these questions, on governance and on finance. So I will concentrate in the minutes I have with you on these 2, acknowledging that important pieces, especially the accountability piece, that is very important, especially for Western donors, needs to be left out here. Now there is a shorthand we've come to use for Ukrainian reconstruction assistance, and that is the Marshall Plan for Ukraine, a modern Marshall Plan for Ukraine. And indeed, the Marshall Plan is a parallelism, is an inspiration for the ambition that is necessary for this task, but what it is not is a blueprint. And I'll tell you why. I'd actually call what we need now an inverse Marshall Plan. And why is that? In 1947, one country was helping many. Now it's many countries helping one. In 1947, there were no institutions, also no aid institutions. Now we have a full spectrum of institutions available, which is why donor coordination will be the key governance challenge and the key construction challenge, I should say, of this endeavor. Which is why we suggest in this report that we should not build new institutions, but adapt the existing institutions to the task. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's not waste time on the design of new stuff. This will be a monumental undertaking. It will be large. A big coalition is going to be needed to finance this. This is why it needs strong leadership. And the leadership necessary for such a task, we feel, needs an institutional anchor. And that institutional anchor should be the G7. As a group of like-minded nations that can build a coalition, let's say G7 plus larger than the G7 itself. And it needs leadership, if you will, Mr. or Mrs. Marshall. We think the initial coordinator of such an endeavor should be an American of global standing. Why an American? Because the international coalition that needs to be constructed needs to reach far beyond Europe, and America has shown to be able to build such global coalitions. Also think about the fact that such a coordinator needs to convince, cajole, and coordinate. That's what this American of global stature, we hope, can do. It is also because it is not self-evident that the United States would be part of such an effort. It needs to be drawn in. There is a conversation on Capitol Hill that says, well, we've invested so much into arms, into the security of Ukraine, why don't you Europeans do the reconstruction? We actually think that's a recipe for disaster in transatlantic affairs, because the finger pointing will start immediately. You're doing this wrong, and the other side is doing the other wrong. We actually need a compact in which we acknowledge the nexus between security and recovery, and both sides need to keep engaged in both. The second big piece of this coalition that will need to work with Ukraine is the European Union, because Ukraine, the final goal of recovery for Ukraine will be European integration. So the EU is a non-enumerated member of the G7, so it already sits at the table, and that recovery coordinator that we need can draw on the European Union, on the European Commission, on a task force hosted there to get the work done. Now, the financials of this are large, but at this point unknowable. There are different estimates ranging from the destruction at 120 to several hundred billion. Now, those are large numbers, But when you look at them, don't let yourself be convinced that this is not doable. It is. It's going to be stretched out over many years, covered by a number of countries, different institutions, and different financial tools to be applied to this task. When you break it down, it does become realistic and doable. Now, I'm not saying it's easy. And it's not easy because the most important thing that is necessary for this is grants. Grants to start early, to be flexible, and not to overburden Ukraine with debt to make it debt insustainable, which would be another disaster. So the gold standard is grants, and that's Western taxpayer money. Now, the debate has not started, and it needs to get started, how the EU wants to finance the European part of the reconstruction aid. I can see 4 options on those, and when I enumerate these 4 options, I will see many rolling eyes. And I'll read them to you. First, collect national contributions, pledging. Secondly, reopen the multi-annual financial framework. Third, another COVID-type relief fund, Next-Gen EU. Fourth, introduce common bonds. None of these options are appealing. That is why we don't hear anything about it, because there is a game of duck and cover. Nobody wants to come out with this first. But if no politician has the courage to open this debate in Europe, then others beyond Europe will not commit either, because they'll say, if Europe doesn't move first and doesn't commit, after all, Ukraine is a European country, we won't. So therefore, this is a thorny debate, has a lot of overlay of other issues, but it needs to start now. No amount of government money can reconstruct a country like Ukraine. Ukraine needs to become investable, and investors will tell you what they need is peace and predictability. What if we don't get peace immediately, or some intermediate stage that we can't really call peace? Well, for that, we need something that we call war insurance to help reduce the risk of private investments, and such risk can only be reduced by sovereigns. This is a sovereign task, and it hasn't yet been done. It needs to be constructed. Then finally, my final point, Russian assets. I think we need to tell Russia that they will never see these frozen assets again. But freezing assets is not seizing assets. There is a legal and a political gulf between the two of them. We actually, in studying this issue, found that we don't expect Russian assets to be usable and used anytime soon. Also because of the impact on the international financial system and the precedents this would set. But what you can do is use the frozen assets for leveraged financial products, where they produce interest, and they can become a reparations element or reparations replacement in whatever settlement there might be. So there's different ways to use that money, but it is not a straightforward, quick seizure of those funds. So in summing up, Ukrainian recovery is a massive undertaking for Western donor countries. It is doable, and it needs to start now. And reconstruction planning, that is my last sentence, shall not be a fig leaf. A fig leaf for all those who don't want to do what is necessary now. And what is necessary now is to keep an ailing country afloat and help it to end this war soon. Thank you.
So, recovery for Ukraine. It's good to be planning for that, as we just heard. But first, of course, the war must be won. Russia must be pushed back to the previous borders, and Ukraine's territorial integrity must be restored. Now, we're not going to, in our next session, we're not going to go too far from Ukraine. In fact, we're going to stay on the shores of Ukraine. We're going to be looking at what's happening there. It's been the focus of a great deal of news reporting. I'm a newsman, I'm a television news anchor, and have been dealing with this subject a great deal ourselves. Everyone is watching what is happening in the Black Sea. It's militarily significant, but it's also significant for the food supply, the world food supply. So there's a lot at stake in that region, and not just food, much else as well. So we have a panel discussion coming up right now on the future of the Black Sea region. The moderator is Piotr Marciniak. I invite him to the stage now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I think everything is right. It's high time to start. We have a delay, I'm afraid. Are you tired by the long discussions? It looks like a tough day. Tough times, I could say also. My name is Piotr Marciniak. I'm the news anchor for the Fox TVN, Poland's most watched television newscast. I also work for TVN24, which is a Polish 24-hour commercial news channel owned by US-based media company Warner Bros. Discovery. Welcome you all to the panel, Future of the Black Sea Region, Complexity of Interest in Times of War. The participants are Brigadier General Remus Bondur, Chief of Strategic Planning Directorate, Defense Staff, Romania. Nice to have you here. Admiral Rob Bauer, Chair of the NATO Military Committee, and Mariana Bazuchla, Deputy Chair, Committee on National Security, Defense and Intelligence, Verkhovna Rada, Parliament of Ukraine. There will be a lot of questions. We have limited time, as always. And I still hope there will be also some time for some additional questions from the audience. So let's hope it will be possible. The first group of questions will be to all of you, but we'll start with the guest from Ukraine. Is Ukraine able to defend Odessa, regain Kherson, the south of the country, and Crimea? How can NATO help Ukraine to achieve this? What if Putin uses tactical nuclear weapons? And do you think Ukraine will be admitted to NATO? And when?
Before this talk, actually, I asked if to answer honestly or positive. Because if we're speaking about the overall possibility of usage of nuclear weapon, we need to be honest that all the steps that were made by Russia before, they cannot be rationalized. Speaking about the middle-term and long-term outcomes they received. So those situations when they actually activated their doctrine of restricted nuclear war, and started demonstration politically, and even if we are now speaking about Black Sea region, so about maritime also aspects, they activated one of the greatest submarine in the world, Belgorod, with nuclear capabilities to demonstrate their power. So the overall possibility exists. So, and the question is, having this possibility now, how it can be used. According to the doctrine, it can be used as even a demonstration without big destructive outcomes, but to demonstrate the overall usage of this nuclear weapon. And the question is only and firstly how NATO and world will react, because the main possible aim of such usage would not be to make the destruction, but to see their reaction, to cross one more red line. And the overall reaction will define the future of the world order, really. But where, of course, it's about Ukraine. We are preparing for such scenarios, and also with different variant of execution. So I will not be optimistic, or I will not say that there is no possibility. And now, in different dimensions, political, organizational, our world should prepare to how to react on this situation. The second moment, it's about Crimea, and you asked about perspectives of Black Sea region. You know, to say that Black Sea region is unstable, it would be too banal. Now, Black Sea region is a great area of battle. And there are actually, in fact, there are two stakeholders there, and I dare to say it's not Russia and NATO. It's mostly one NATO country which is playing some kind in the middle game. It's Turkey, and they even don't only. I can speak not only about military presence and overall security format, but also about different connected measures as help with transportation of goods. And now even their situation is so tangled that even to transport food became the military operation with diplomatic and military dimensions. I'm speaking about about transportation of our agriculture goods. That firstly, having occupied a lot in Black Sea region, we needed to win the battle for one island. Then have a diplomatic process of negotiation with help of Turkey, and then have the possibility to export our agriculture goods. So it's an example that the Black Sea region became so extremely dangerous and so extremely unpredictable that even after the win of Ukraine, it would not be stable for many years. And it will be some kind of vacuum of proper order. And we predict that Turkey will be some kind of main player, and of course it depends in what state would be Russia and what the role would be after the overall war conflict we have now. And we know the Monterey doctrine, which prevents to make real enforcement of NATO countries present in Black Sea region. So that's why it's also questionable how NATO can react to enforce the presence, for example, in Romania, in Bulgaria, or just in other countries as NATO representatives forces. You had a lot of questions. Maybe I tried to describe the overall environment and threats, and will be happy to answer additional, or if I did not answer it in some.
But tell me something more about the possible reaction of Ukrainian soldiers in case of, if Putin uses nuclear weapons. Are you afraid of this? And what about the NATO's membership? I mean, Ukraine want to be admitted to NATO. What is your opinion? Is it possible or not? Honestly.
Honestly. Honestly, yes, of course, I'm Ukrainian, and I cannot avoid wishful thinking component. But comparing even 1/2 of year before, now we have far more chances to be the member of NATO, I suppose. Because the Russian invasion, full-scale war, provoked those which they did not expect and they did not want. The 2 Scandinavian countries which have borders with Russia became NATO members very quickly. And it's one of example when, and what is very important, after they became in the process of gaining NATO membership, after they became NATO members, Russia did not react in that full scale, possible scale that world was expected. So, and it's not only one example. We see that, and as I previously said in another discussion, we see very clear moment, and which was the mistake, I can say, of tens of years. Russia cannot be calmed down. There is no way to calm down aggressor. Every enforcement, every forced action, every demonstration of the power of the democratic vote, the power of decision, the power of NATO has a positive effect on the outcomes and Russian decisions. Every demonstration of step back, every demonstration of some kind of negotiation possibility as a paradox, enforce Russian aggressively systemic position because they see it like weakness. And it's the principal moment of the mentality of the state. And it's a principal mistake, the outcome of what is war in Ukraine now. Because in 2000, yes, now we are about Black Sea region. Black Sea region, it's about also Georgia. It's about reaction of NATO and world in 2008. And while having powerful reaction in 2008 with 5–10% of efforts, we would not have all the other steps by Russia. Or at least we would have much less. And this is example, and I try to explain what we have now, the outcomes and perspectives. So enforcement and powerful position, it's that way out of conflict. In what the last sentence, it can be paradox for European country. European culture, postmodern European culture, and even NATO perspectives, it can be paradox, but it's very understandable by Russia.
The next question is to the guest from Romania. General, how does Romania helps Ukraine? Do you believe in its victory, honestly? And what do you mean by victory in this case? And will the use of nuclear weapons change a lot, or maybe not? What's your opinion?
So, I would start with complexity there. So, we are talking about Black Sea region, where we have the war ongoing, 2 belligerents, 3 NATO member states, two partners, the flow of the grains coming from Russia and Ukraine moving out through the straits and spreading around the world. So it's a very complex region moving back to history, cultural differences, religious differences, complexity in relations between states. These have to be taken into consideration. That leads to a conclusion that we need to have a strategy for the Black Sea region, extensive Black Sea region, to discuss very careful what is the future of this region and how we can continue to support our values into this region. This is very important. Now, going back, Russia waged a war of choice. Ukraine waged a war of national survivability. And we, all of us together, the West, we are carrying a battle to support Ukraine, again, to protect our values. Starting from this, I will say that Romania started to support Ukraine to prepare for this war immediately after 2014. We were part of training the Ukrainian troops through the Partnership for Peace. The Ukrainian troops participated in multinational exercises in Romania starting immediately after the intervention, the Russian intervention in Donbass in 2014. So I think we were part of the response of the Ukrainian forces at the beginning of the battle, because I assume that we contributed to the fact that Ukrainian forces were better trained in order to stop the aggression. How we helped Ukraine, I think the most important thing was the way Romania prepared and carried on the migration flow. We've processed about 2.5 million migrants from Ukraine moving out, refugees. Mostly of them were women and children. And it was not only the government, the local authorities, but the simple Romanian citizen that put heart and their fortune and their values into the support of these refugees. For the moment, I think we have about 80,000 still hosted on our territory. They move in between 80,000 to 85,000. There is a change in the figures on a daily basis. Secondly, we offered support in treating heavily wounded soldiers into the military hospitals, and also we provided military support, both lethal and non-lethal, in support of Ukraine. So I think Romania was, together with all the NATO countries and within the NATO and EU policy, in support of NATO. We opened on the EU side a hub, and we've transported all the goods provided by other nations into Ukraine through that hub. So I think the support was from the beginning and will continue until it's necessary. Speaking about the nuclear threat needs to be assessed. We need to think about this. It can happen, and for the moment, I think NATO take into consideration this, and there will be plans in place to respond to such a threat. About the victory, the question that you asked, it's very difficult as a soldier to predict the end of a war, but that battle to support Ukrainians, I think, is critical now, because the Ukrainian, they need to assess what the victory means, and then diminishing the military power of Russia could be a sort of, let's say, support for all of us for the future life. But coming to the end, I come again and I say we need to discuss a strategy from the Black Sea area, extending Black Sea area to include all the complexities that are in that area and what the future looks like for this region.
You've just been talking about defending of the values, but maybe what about security? Where does Romania see threats to its security? Is Russia a threat not only to Ukraine but also to NATO countries in the Black Sea region? And what about the Russian fleet?
Say again the last part I was...
What about the Russian fleet? Do you think Russia is a threat not only to Ukraine but also to NATO countries, also to Romania? Are you feel threatened by Russia?
So of course that, you know, through the history, Russians never came with flowers in Romania. And I assume that we need to address within NATO the collective defense, and we have plans in place. And after the Madrid summit, the Black Sea region came up into the strategic concept. We treated Russians as partners for a long time, and we were strategically surprised. From the moment we treated Russians as a threat, we predicted almost with pinpoint accuracy the moment of invasion. And now I think what NATO have done with moving the collective defense battle groups into the southeastern part of the Eastern Front, how I like to say, is a reassurance of the nations. We are working, and we are grateful to France to assume the framework nation collective defense battle group in Romania, and some other nations are willing to support the increase of the raise of this battle group to a brigade level. We also took advantage of the presence of the air assets in Romania to increase the air policing with extensive number of jets, fighter jets. We are keeping, NATO is keeping, let's say, an eye on a Black Sea to see what is going on there. For the moment, I think the evolution of the situation reassured Romania. This happens also with our neighbors in Bulgaria. So I think now there is a coherence of the deployment of forces. The United States deployed also additional troops in Romania. And for the moment, we are looking to increase this presence and to provide the host nation support in order to NATO to help us with the collective defense.
I'll probably ask also about the role of Turkey in the region and about the situation of Georgia. You said about before, but maybe a little later. Admiral, sorry. What are Ukraine's chances of defeating Russia, in your opinion? Do you think that Putin can really use nuclear weapons, or it is a bluff? What would be NATO's response? And will the arrival of radioactive pollution on the territory of the alliance countries will be treated as aggression? That's an important question. And the last question is, does Ukraine have a chance to be admitted to NATO? I know it's a political question mostly, but maybe you have your opinion, military opinion about that. What are the arguments for and what are the arguments against? So let's start with the defeating Russia.
I think it's very important to state that NATO sees Russia as a threat. But at the same time, NATO is not at war with Russia. And that's a fact, whether people like it or not, but that's a fact. That's one. Second, with regard to membership of NATO, that is a political question. It has military implications, but I'm not going to talk about how big the chances are. A decision was taken in the Bucharest summit in 2008. It is reiterated in the last Madrid summit, and at the same time, as always, the door remains open. The nations that want to join can say so. They have to live up to certain rules and regulations, and then it is up to the allies and no one else to actually allow that nation to become a member. So that is the procedure. And whether the nations are willing to do that is a political question, first and foremost. So I'm not going to answer that question there. The second one, with regard to is Ukraine able to win this war? I think, as my colleague, the brigadier, said, it is very difficult to actually predict anything in a war, because things can change overnight. But if you look at what Ukraine is doing, that is remarkable. And I think if they continue that way and they're able to continue to successfully supply their forces, to maintain their forces, to be re-equipped by the allies and other nations in the world, then I think Ukraine is able to win that war. How long will that take is a completely different question. That depends on many, many things, and so I'm not going to elaborate on that. But I think what changed the situation since 2014 is that NATO and allies helped to train Ukraine forces in a completely different way than they had done before. Ukraine had many similarities to the Russian forces that we see now until 2014. So basically, generals leading the soldiers, no mission command. What does that mean? In NATO, we use that term to actually explain to our soldiers why they fight, what they have to achieve, and then to leave the how to as low a possible level, to leave that to the lowest possible level. So it's not the generals telling the soldiers what to do, how to do it, but only why and what, and then leave the execution of the operation to as low a level as possible. And that's what we see now. After 8 years of that support from NATO and allies, you actually see the success of Ukraine, what is happening. Ukraine is extremely successful because the soldiers in the units actually take the initiative, while the Russian soldiers are waiting for an answer from Moscow. And then within the answer coming back from Moscow, Ukraine forces have achieved something new, creating a new problem, and therefore they are within the Russian cycle time and time again. That is what is happening at the moment. That is the result of, first and foremost, the Ukrainian courage and determination. Secondly, the help of 50 nations to supply Ukraine with weapons and ammunition and money and other goods that are required to fight a war. But of course also this change in the way they conduct warfare. So I think that is why I believe it is possible that they win this war. Then with regard to nuclear, I understand all the questions. I will not going to answer whether we are prepared. I'm not going to tell you anything in a public forum on what the options are and what we are going to do when what is happening. It's so many so whats that it is not even the radiation question. There's so many factors that will determine the answer. The one thing that has been said many times by the leadership in NATO and in a number of allies is that the response will be such that the Russians will regret what they have done. And I think that is extremely important. And it's not only from a military point of view important, that answer, to make sure that we will respond, but it is also important from the point of view, and I didn't hear that so much today and yesterday, is that the Russians will lose the last support in the world if they use nuclear weapons. I'm convinced of that. Whether that is part of their rational decision-making is something else, but they will have no more friends other than maybe North Korea. So I think it is not a smart thing to do. It is a stupid thing to do. Will it not happen, therefore? No, that is not necessarily the case. I mean, we've seen, as Mariana said, there's many things in this war, in this conflict, that is a surprise to us, and then you have to react to that. But the most important thing is there will be a response.
The next question is to our guests from Ukraine and Romania. What role does Turkey play in the region? Ankara provides Ukraine with drones, as we know, but also lets Russian ships through the Bosphorus. How is the military cooperation between Ukraine and Turkey and between Romania and Turkey? President Erdogan, we know that continues to meet with Putin. Is it an opportunity from your point of view or a problem?
Could you clarify what about opportunity?
Pardon, which part of the question?
Yeah.
I was asking about Turkey, the role in the region, and you know that Erdogan continues to meet with Putin and also to support you with the drones. So are those meetings in Moscow or somewhere else between Erdogan and Putin an opportunity? Well, I think about peace negotiations, for example, or a problem for you.
Okay. Frankly, again, I will try to avoid a lot of talks about and some kind of impressions about external policy making by Turkey. Actually, those positions, they are playing now some kind of in the middle. It's very hard to verify and to say about, because they are NATO country from one side. They have ambition. They are ambitious. They have ambitious to be the first in the Black Sea region. From other side, they are keeping ties with Russia. But anyway, those partnerships that we have in defense industry, in their help in agriculture project, which is, as I previously said, in fact, military operation now, and also that helps that they provide a third example with our military imprisoned military liberated with the help of Erdogan. So it's fact. May I stop on the statement that in fact they are more unpredictable than to comment them. So I just hope that Turkey will find and keep that balance that would be at least acceptable in those unacceptable and extreme situation. And of course, if we, while having the topic about Black Sea region, it's better to have such leadership by Turkey as a NATO country with the potential more on over cooperation with others than Russian. And so that that natural play to exclude and to balance Russia is better for everybody. But I need to add about Black Sea region because now it's like vacuum of security. Even those civilian objects, and you know this, which are in Black Sea region, and also which were Ukrainians, now it's small or more military bases with special equipment. For example, it's different technical issues, and what about gas industry? Everything is took by Russia and used for military purposes. And Crimea, we were cried about this because 2 years, 3 years, 4 years ago that they made Crimea a big atomic submarine, may I say in this way. And to demilitarize Crimea, it's one of the main issues to be sure in Black Sea region.
I'm afraid we need to hurry up, so please let us short answers. I will ask you about the role of Turkey, but also about the security of Moldova, which is your neighborhood. What about the Transnistrian, Naddniestrze problem?
So Turkey respects its status as a NATO member. So we, Romania, have a strategic partnership with Turkey. So nothing to comment on this. So the Montreux Convention, it's a document that completes the laws of the sea. And immediately after the outbreak of the conflict, Turkey closed the straits. And that meant 2 Russian cruisers were not allowed to enter the Black Sea. I think the presence of those 2 cruisers would have changed the naval situation into the Black Sea. So I think, like any other countries into NATO, each of the countries follow their national interests. I think Turkey is doing the same. But as a NATO ally and owner of the Montreux Convention, they just put it in practice. So that's all on my side. Talking about Republic of Moldova, indeed we are very, very concerned about the, let's say, the most dangerous course of action when a land bridge can move from Crimea down to Odessa, and then in connection with Transnistria would bring the Russian troops very close of Moldova. Moldova needs help to improve their defense system, and within our partnership for peace, we work together with them on this, and I think some other NATO countries should do the same. That's the perspective now from this point, but again, it's crucial, as I mentioned, 2 partner states, Moldova, Republic of Moldova and Georgia, they need to be supported, even though the pressure is now to support Ukraine, in order to increase their military capacity and to be more aligned to our values than to a future occupation.
Admiral, short question about Georgia. I'll not ask you about the possible, I would like to ask you, can Georgia ever be in NATO? But I know that you will not answer this question. So is Georgia safe, in your opinion? And what do you think about Azerbaijan and Armenia conflict?
Georgia is a partner of NATO, like Ukraine, like Armenia and Azerbaijan. And in that way, and all of these nations have done or are having contributions to NATO operations. So in their own way, and in their in the different, and not in all operations, but in some. In that sense, we will remain having that relationship with these nations. We are not part of that conflict. It's maybe a boring answer, but it is important that people make the distinction between the involvement of allies or the alliance. And I am talking on behalf of the alliance. And that means that 30 nations agree to do something or not. It is not the NATO headquarters that decides on its own to do anything against any nation. It is a discussion that we will have, and then when 30 nations want to do something, help a nation as an alliance, we will have to have had that discussion. Because that is difficult, you therefore see that a lot of the allies are helping, most of the allies, or all the allies, are helping Ukraine in different ways, either financially or non-lethal aid or lethal aid. It is not the alliance when it comes to lethal aid. It is with other aid. It is non-lethal aid. There's the assistance package that was decided in Madrid. So there is a combination of what NATO does and what the allies do. And the same applies with our relationship with the partners you were talking about. And in this case, Armenia and Azerbaijan are having a problem together. And that is first and foremost their problem in terms of what they do there and how they... Of course, we will talk to both nations in terms of if they need any assistance, but we don't want to, again, become part of that conflict. And I think it is important to make that distinction and to understand, because if all these conflicts become a conflict between NATO and other nations, the world is not necessarily a safer place. I mean, we should keep the conflict as long as possible, and it maybe doesn't sound nice, but in Ukraine. Because if it becomes a bigger conflict, we are much further from home. We need to continue to help Ukraine, as we do, on a daily basis. And I saw that with my own eyes in Rzeszów with the Polish Chief of Defense when I visited that place 2 days ago. And that's an impressive operation where NATO allies, where other nations in the world send goods, and that is then being sent to Ukraine. So that is the sort of help where we participate in, that not being a NATO operation, but there is a lot of support from NATO to Ukraine and to our partners.
Well, it's time for catch the eye questions. We are short of time, but please introduce yourself and address the question to a specific person. Who's the first? Maybe you?
Ray Wojcik from KC Consulting. I agree with Mariana about...
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I agree with Mariana about the... Is he first? I'm sorry.
No, you can continue.
I agree with Mariana about the weak deterrence posture after 2008 absolutely shaped the conditions for Putin. I agree with the general about the Black Sea strategy, and I agree with the admiral about Ukraine will win. My question is on the deterrence front going forward, what can NATO do on the Black Sea reference standing NATO maritime groups? There's only 2 that can do patrolling, and it allowed the Black Sea over these years to be exposed or not have the presence it needed. So what would you say about the standing NATO maritime groups? How can we increase that and have more deterrence going ahead? Thanks.
Maybe we'll collect some more questions. Your question is?
Thank you very much. I am a member of Turkish Parliament. I am a diplomat by profession. Now I chair Turkish delegation in the Council of Europe. So I wish there was a Turkish admiral also here who had participated in the negotiation of this grain corridor deal, or who is observing now the implementation. But anyhow, let me try to fill the gap. First of all, Turkish cooperation, coordination, Turkish aid with Ukraine didn't start after 24th February. It started long years ago to help Ukraine develop its capacity to defend. My problem is here, EU colleagues especially, they are trying to design a strategy in the Black Sea without Turkey, or just criticizing Turkey in the Council of Europe. Or they are trying to design a Syria, we have 900 kilometers, without Turkey. And they ask us, why don't you follow the EU sanctions? The answer is simple, because we are not members, you don't consult us on any issue, you are not allowed us to get involved in any decision shaping. This was the same in 90s. We couldn't design a proper strategy on getting the hydrocarbon resource of Central Asia and Caspian to Europe, independent of Russia. At that time also EU countries rejected it. We could only make one pipeline. The question is, within the strategy we should design from now on, should we take into consideration the taking energy resources of the area in Kazakhstan without Black Sea and without Russia through pipelines from Turkey? Thank you.
And the last question, shortly please.
Wojciech Łuczak, defense analyst, Warsaw, Poland. Mariana said about the submarine. I would say that the Russians are going to turn Crimea into unsinkable aircraft carrier somewhere in the Black Sea. And this tactics of the Russians is very straightforward, to cut Ukraine from the Black Sea and to control Black Sea. And this is, Admiral, this is not Ukrainian business. This is our own business. If the Russians will succeed in such a strategy in Black Sea, what will be, what is the tactics on eventual cutting, let's say, predictable democratic world from the Black Sea area? Thank you very much.
So we have 3 questions here. Who is going to answer? We are limited of time.
Yeah,
Admiral?
many of the questions to NATO, I guess. The energy question I'm not going to answer. I think in general, Turkey is a good ally. Turkey is playing an important role. Mariana said it as well with regard to the grain deal and with the Montreux and the Strait. So I think there is... I don't think there's criticism there in NATO on the position of Turkey. With regard to the Black Sea and being cut off, and whether it's an aircraft carrier or a submarine, Crimea, I think it is interesting because the Russians actually have no maritime superiority in the Black Sea at the moment. It is interesting because everybody thinks that, but it's not. And Ukraine has been very successful to actually not only sink the Moskva, but also to attack the naval air station in Crimea. And so the Russians are not effective as they want to be. And the same applies for air superiority. They don't have that at the moment. That is the reason why the operation actually is not successful at all. So we have to be careful to talk about the Russians always as if they are 11 feet tall, because they're not. They have actually not achieved any of their strategic goals in Ukraine. So strategically, they have lost this war already. And of course, it is up to, because of the bravery of the Ukrainian people and the armed forces, that they are successful on the ground. And that is fantastic, with the help of many. But I mean, the Russians are not successful at all. And the discussion, as we had before, is what does it mean if they are cornered in a way to a point where they start doing unpredictable or things that are unthinkable? And that is, of course, something we will have to think about. We will not talk about what the outcome of that discussion is until we see it happening. But that is part of warfare. You have to prepare for the worst, and then you don't talk about it. The only thing, as I said before, the alliance is talking to the Russians, as Jake Sullivan did from the United States when it came to the response to any attack from the Russians in the nuclear. And I think that is a very strong signal coming from the US on behalf of the alliance.
I'm afraid we are out of the schedule right now, so we need to finish. The only thing I can add is that the Turkish minister was supposed to be here, but he is not, apparently. It's a pity. This concludes the panel. Thank you. Thank you to all participants and spectators. Thank you very much.
Well, NATO and the Black Sea region and Ukraine, these topics, these words have popped up again and again and again over the past couple of days. It's obvious that there's deep concern about what's happening in that region and what will be happening there moving forward. Right now, we're going to come back off the water, as it were, onto the land in Ukraine and address a question that is very difficult, it must be said. We're talking about war atrocities being committed in Ukraine, what they mean, how prosecution of those atrocities will proceed. It's again a topic that I deal with as a television news anchor covering Ukraine a lot. But what we've got right now is a high-level conversation on that topic, one-to-one, involving the responsibility of Russia for mass atrocities committed in Ukraine. And we've got just the right person to host that. A good friend of mine, very accomplished moderator. You see him on world stages everywhere. My good friend, Ali Aslan.
Thank you so much, Terry, indeed, for this kind introduction. It's wonderful to see you up on stage, doing your masterful work as MC. And yes, this is indeed a very crucial, very timely discussion we're going to have here right now. I couldn't be more delighted to be joined when we talk about war crimes committed by Russia, to talk about the one person who is at the forefront of this fight. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Ukrainian Prosecutor General Andrei Kostin is here with us. Please give him a hand. Andrei Kostin, obviously the aim on your part, on the part of the international community, is to hold Russia accountable for its war crimes against Ukrainian people. Before we go into detail, perhaps you can give a very quick overview over what is the nature of Russian crimes committed and what sort of crimes are you actually investigating?
Thank you, Ali. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before I start my introductory remarks, I would like to thank government of Poland and Polish people for their invaluable assistance and support from the very first day of Russian aggression. Coming back to a question, currently my office is investigating 3 types of international crimes: the crime of aggression, the war crimes, and the crime of genocide. Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of my country is clear violation of the UN Charter's prohibition of the use of force against territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. This act requires adequate response, entailing Russia's state responsibility as well as individual criminal liability of its political and military leadership. We have already identified more than 600 suspects for the crime of aggression. As of now, we have around 37,000 registered incidents of war crimes, with death toll among civilian population amounting to 7,500, including 418 children. Number of wounded exceeds 10,000. And these numbers are incomplete, as we are unable to have a whole picture of the situation due to ongoing hostilities and lack of access to occupied territories of Ukraine. Since the very first day of this brutal war, we have witnessed Russia's deliberate targeting of civilian population and civilian objects in urban settings, along with intentional starvation of civilians in besieged cities. Undoubtedly, acts of Russian soldiers, such intentional killing of civilians or detainees, torture and mutilation, rape and other sexual violence, acts of terror and intimidation, forced displacement and pillage amount to war crimes. We all remember bombing of Mariupol maternity hospital and drama theater, shelling of Kramatorsk railway station, mass killings and torture in towns of Kyiv region, or the very recent missile attack in Zaporizhia, killing 25 civilians. Last night, city of Bila Tserkva has been attacked through kamikaze drones. As of now, we have identified more than 170 suspects and successfully convicted 10 war criminals. These illegal acts have nothing to do with the combatants' engagement in armed conflicts. This brings me to the crime of genocide. Since 24th of February, we have heard loud and clear how Kremlin's leadership incited Russian army to carry out de-Ukrainization process. Step by step, rhetoric became more aggressive, and the first signs of attacking Ukrainians as a group appeared. We all remember atrocities committed in Bucha and Irpin. With the recent liberation of occupied territories in eastern and southern parts of the country, we have been witnessing the manifest pattern of similar conduct. In Izum, more than 440 graves were found at a mass burial site in the woods at the edge of liberated city. While killing of large number of groups may be the most direct means of destroying a group, persecution can also be committed by other acts that does not have immediate result, such as practices of forced deportations and confinement to filtration camps practiced by Russian Federation. Deliberate policy of forced deportation of Ukrainian children and initiation of adoption processes in Russia is particularly alarming. We have already identified up to 7,000 children victims of this policy in course of the ongoing criminal proceedings, whereas potential number are tenfold, if not more. We all know that forcibly transferring children of one group to another group is a classical example of genocide.
Thank you so much for giving us this overview. And I want to pick up on some of the numbers that you have shared with us. You said you have so far 37,000 documented war crimes, but so far only 170 individuals have been charged as suspects. And if I understand, only about 25, 30 people have been indicted, 10 convicted if I'm not mistaken. But those are still relatively small numbers compared to the crimes and the numbers of documented war crimes we're looking at. Why is it so hard? So what are some of the main challenges that you're encountering here?
The main challenges in our investigations are, first of all, we have lack of access to occupied territories. And often with recapturing of the occupied regions, we might discover that certain piece of evidence is already distorted, or simply the witnesses are unavailable due to massive displacement, forcibly deported or fled the territory due to war. Some crimes are of a sensitive nature, for example, conflict-related sexual violence. It becomes extremely difficult to seek testimony from survivors. In general, coming forward and talking of the atrocities committed or horrors witnessed is quite traumatic for people. Therefore, we are being very cautious in our efforts and sensitive to the needs of victims and survivors. Coming back to these figures, we have two sources of registering of the incidents of war crimes. First of all, it's shelling and bombing of civil infrastructure. It could be apartments, it could be homes, it could be other civil infrastructure. So there is a fact, and we register it as a fact of war crime, as an incident of war crime. The others, we have the other source are reports of people. So people can claim that their property was destroyed due to attack of the aggressor. And we, of course, register such cases. So, for instance, if it's multi-story buildings and all of the flats have lost their windows, then many people then, at some time, that come and register that their property was damaged or their property was completely destroyed. And there is also one interesting situation, that it can happen that the same fact of war crimes committed, for instance, destroying of property, could be reported by different members of the same family, for instance, who fled and who report this in weeks or months after that. So that is why we are now, with our international partners, we are now preparing some IT solution to find this duplication and to reduce this number, so that we will be concentrated on specific facts.
So the overlapping of numbers then ought to be
Yes, we understand
reduced.
that this exists. Yeah.
It's interesting enough that you, if I understand correctly, you and President Zelensky, of course, you are calling for a special tribunal for the crime of aggression. You think that it is the best way to find injustice against Russia. This is not unprecedented, of course. You've had the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia back in the early 90s. Why do you think that such a special tribunal here for the crime of aggression is needed?
First of all, we all understand that crime of aggression was the first crime committed by Russian Federation, because the aggression was the first. We name it as the mother of all other war crimes. There would be no other war crimes if aggression was not committed. Due to legal constraints, the crime of aggression could not be prosecuted and tried by the International Criminal Court. This is understandable for everyone. Then, everyone understands that act of aggression was committed, and the all civilized world supported this on the level of General Assembly already, and also supported this fact on the level of Council of Europe or OSCE. So we have this fact already. This is no doubt that the crime of aggression was committed. Then we all understand that this aggression is another attempt of Putin's regime to ruin the basics of international law. So if this crime was committed, we need it to be punished. And the only legal way to punish this crime is to have a special tribunal. Of course, the easiest legal way to make it was via the resolution of the Security Council of UN. But we all understand that at least one permanent member of the Security Council will impose veto on this decision. That's why we're seeking the support of General Assembly, because every Ukrainian, it's not only about the political position of the president and political leadership of Ukraine. Every Ukrainian wants this tribunal. I will mention historically, our people gave name to this tribunal, and the first name for tribunal was Kharkiv Tribunal. When at the end of February, Kharkiv multi-storied buildings where people live, apartment buildings, were destroyed by Russian missiles, which they deliberately target these buildings. Then, if you remember, the people changed the name into Bucha Tribunal, Mariupol Tribunal. So this is about Ukrainian nation. They want this to be happen.
They want this to happen, and indeed, I see a rationale for wanting a special tribunal here, a new institution, as a matter of fact, that, as you say, would have to be approved by the UN General Assembly. There are some scholars out there, well, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, could also go after Russia for war crimes. As a matter of fact, the ICC has opened investigations into war crimes in Ukraine. So where's the distinction here? You want to, the ICC is running its course, but the special tribunal has to act in addition, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. These two mechanisms are complementary. So Ukrainians and we all together are talking about full accountability of the aggressor. And if the aggressor should be accountable for war crimes, for crimes against humanity, and for crime of genocide, then the ICC is the best forum for this. For these cases. We work in very close relations with the Office of Prosecutor Karim Khan. I actually met with him yesterday. We have another round of meeting, and we have spoken at the Night of Law event in Paris together. And our understanding is that these two mechanisms are complementary. So for war crimes, once again, for crime of genocide and crimes against humanity, the ICC is the best solution, because it's in place already. It's international judiciary independent institution. But for the crime of aggression, which was the mother and is the mother of all these war crimes, we need tribunal.
Interestingly enough, the United States, which obviously is very much at the forefront of supporting Ukraine on many levels, it's my understanding the Department of Justice has so far not publicly endorsed your idea of such a tribunal. How are you going to convince them? How are you talking to your American counterparts, obviously on a regular basis? How to turn this around?
You know, first of all, is absolutely open and honest communication. Second, the legal argument I have already mentioned, that otherwise no one would be punished for the crime of aggression if there will be no international credible instrument. For this instrument to be credible, we need wide support and, of course, support of nations like United States, UK, countries of EU. We need this support. In this case, the result, the outcome of this tribunal will be trusted. I think that coming back to the beginning of this dialogue, we are moving ahead, we are moving forward, and we are close, I think, to support of US on the level at the moment of the resolution of General Assembly. Then we will go ahead.
Obviously, you would like to see, ideally, President Putin, the Russian leadership being held accountable for those war crimes. There's some legal scholars out there who are rather skeptical about a tribunal as such as the one you described, being able to go after Putin and senior Russian officials. How do you respond to that?
You know, I have responded to this question yesterday. I will just repeat. There is no competition between the ICC and the special tribunal in which dock Putin and his team will be held. So it's important for Ukrainians to feel, to know, and to be sure that Putin and his team will be accountable for what they did. And there is no problem to make them accountable on the level of the ICC, and there is no problem to make him accountable on the level of tribunal, because in any case, the creation of a special tribunal would be based on the international treaty. The practical issue, how to capture and to deliver him and his team to the ICC or the tribunal, this is not a concern which needs to stop our activity. We are optimistic.
You're optimistic, and one cause for optimism is, of course, looking at the battlefield right now. The Ukrainian military is making headway, seems to be moving from success to success on the battlefield. And in that process, of course, you will be capturing Russian soldiers, colonels, generals. But you know, at the end of the day, a lot of Russian soldiers whom you will be capturing will say, well, I was merely following orders. This is what they will say. They say, this is the order I followed. This is, of course, an argument we've heard many times when Nazis were captured after World War II. I was following orders. How do you intend to proceed here?
This is actually, first of all, this is a difference between specific cases. For instance, the case of bombing of the multi-storied residential buildings in Borodyanka, and actually Mariupol Drama Theater, Mariupol Maternity House, they were bombed. So the pilot of this aircraft intentionally, he understood at that time what is the target. And it's not about the order, it's about the violation of the rules of war, of international humanitarian law. If we are talking about the battlefield, of course, we treat Russians prisoners of war in Ukraine on basis of the international humanitarian law. So we divide those who committed war crimes against civil population, against civil infrastructure, from those who are just combatants. So this is, the best example. See how Ukraine differs from Russia, because Ukraine respects rule of law, and Ukrainian people want justice based on the rule of law, while Russian Federation are really, destroying all basics of law and international order.
We're almost out of time, but before we let you go, how can the international community, we're in Warsaw here today, you're speaking in other countries, obviously, making your case. How can other countries, how can the international community aid your country in your efforts to investigate and prosecute cases of war crimes committed by Russia?
We have a wide range of support, and we are very grateful for all of the initiatives. I will just name all of them, just not to lose. We have, along with 5 European states, we have established joint investigation team, uniting our investigatory efforts against international crimes. Similarly, 14 European states have initiated domestic investigation for crimes committed by the Russian Federation in Ukraine. First time in history, 43 states unanimously referred the situation in Ukraine for the investigation of the Office of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. And as I mentioned, we have established excellent cooperation with Prosecutor Khan. In parallel, my office receives strategic advice from Atrocities Crimes Advisory Group created by European Union, United States, and United Kingdom. We have also adopted just recently the strategy on conflict-related sexual violence crimes and closely collaborating with UN Special Representative on Sexual Violence in Conflict, Ms. Pramila Patan. They will open office in Ukraine shortly. We have now a team of French police and experts, forensic experts, which returned back to Ukraine after mass atrocities in Izium, and they now work in Kharkiv. And I will mention, this is important, the last case we delivered to them, it's a very tragic case. We have found 6 cars where 24 civilians were killed near Kupiansk. 13 children, 1 pregnant woman, all of them killed in their cars. They tried to escape. All their bodies, so with the help of our special forces, were transferred now to Kharkiv expert facilities. And French experts, forensic experts, are the first to make examination, because we all need to find what was the cause of death of all of these people. So we are absolutely open and we are absolutely transparent, and this raised trust in what we found in Ukraine and what was committed. These are just small examples of our cooperation.
60 seconds left. Andrei Kostin, you were appointed as Prosecutor General by President Zelensky in July. You know what you were getting into. This is a very, very tough job, emotionally, psychologically. Has it been tougher than you expected, than you imagined?
You know, I have a tough job starting from 24th of February, because I was not only doing my job as a chair of parliamentary committee, I was involved in many negotiation processes, and in many actually projects started for compensation mechanism, the tribunal and others. So for me, it's just another front line of our fight, now fighting for justice, for Ukrainian people and for the whole civilized world. Thank you.
And we wish you the best of luck with that. Obviously, Ukrainian Prosecutor General Andrei Kostin, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Global Outlook track. Our topic is how the Indo-Pacific relates to European security. And this session is going to be moderated by someone whose work I read regularly in the Washington Post. You may know him too, David Ignatius, Associate Editor and columnist at the Washington Post. I welcome you to the stage.
So I'm David Ignatius, as the announcer just said. Let our panelists get seated. We're going to be talking today about how the Indo-Pacific looks at Europe, yes, but we're going to focus, as we have in every aspect of this conference on the war in Ukraine, this momentous event, and how the Indo-Pacific region is looking at the war in Ukraine, how the war affects security decisions, economic decisions facing the Indo-Pacific region. So let me introduce our panel. Seated closest to me is Masami Oka, who is Vice Minister of Defense for International Affairs in Japan. Next to him is Niels Schmidt, who is a member of the Bundestag in Germany and is spokesperson for the SPD group. Next is Minhua Chang, who is a research fellow in Asian Studies for the Heritage Foundation's Center on Taiwan, is herself from Taiwan. And finally, Tobias Ellwood, who's a British Member of Parliament and chair of the House of Commons Defence Select Committee. And I should just say that he, unfortunately, to catch a plane back to Britain, where there are a few party issues going on, is going to have to leave our session a bit early. So if you see him get up, it's not because he's furious at anything that anybody has said. So let me begin our discussion by asking you what to me is the baseline question when I think about the Indo-Pacific region's response to Ukraine, and that is, where do the two key powers, the largest countries and economies, China and India, stand? At the summit meeting that took place a month or so ago in Tashkent, it appeared that the Indian Prime Minister and the Chinese President had indicated some distance from Russian President Vladimir Putin. I'd be interested in whether each of you thinks that's so and how you'd assess their positions. And let me start with Tobias at the far end.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and I apologize that I do need to slide away. I'm delighted to be on this panel and with so much expertise. And I'm pleased we're covering this because so much focus, understandably, has been on Ukraine. But what's happening here is being watched very, very carefully indeed. And the bigger picture that I believe we need to step back and see is perhaps the demise of the international rules-based order and how that's being taken advantage of by authoritarian states, possibly working in unison or collaboration together. You might recall the Beijing Olympics when the one main visitor to watch that was President Putin himself. And he didn't go there to talk about ice hockey. He clearly, in my view, went there to discuss whether this is the moment that that baton of international leadership be handed from a Western nation or Western nations to other nations outside of the Western Hemisphere. And I believe, unfortunately, that the peak, the high tide mark of Western liberalism since the Second World War was our departure from Afghanistan. And that's where countries have decided, actually, the West have become a little risk averse, a little bit timid in what we stand for, what we believe in, what we're willing to defend. It's now our moment to perhaps to flex our muscles a bit. And Ukraine is a great example of that. The difference between the two, I think, is that China does things far more slowly. Why do today what you could do in 5 years a lot more easily? Whereas Putin, perhaps, given his age or whatever like that, he wants to be on the stage. He wants the world to know that Russia is back. And therefore, what he's actually doing is all part of a grander plan. But I think we must treat both areas in connection with each other, because what happens here, as I say, could be repeated in some form or another in due course in the South Pacific.
Minhua, what do you think? And in particular, because you're a specialist in economics, what do you see in terms of Chinese and Indian willingness to support the sanctions regime that the United States and Europe have announced?
As far as I understand, I think China's support to Russia can be observed from two ways. One is the energy. China continues to import energy from Russia. China benefited from the cheaper energy price right now from Russia. And the other one is the greater use of RMB in bilateral transactions. And these two kind of support to Russia is not restrained, is not limited by the sanctions right now. But as for the current sanctions, Chinese companies, for example, they withdraw their business from Russia as soon as the war started. So I mean, basically China tried to obey the international sanctions and try to help Russia as long as something like buying energy or use of RMB, they are not restrained by the sanctions. So I think to some extent, China is still aware of the international sanctions. China is still trying to be receive the secondary sanctions. Thank you.
Niels.
Well, I think we have to distinguish the reaction from China from that from India. They are in a very different situation with regard to the invasion in Ukraine. And we have also to make the distinction between two stages. Immediately after the start of the war in Ukraine, the focus of the Chinese reaction was about the effects of sanctions and the possibility of China being sanctioned as widely as Russia is, and there was a reflection starting in China, okay, look, this might happen to us as well. Whereas in the case of India, it's not so much about sanctions, because the Indian economy is not as open to foreign trade as the Chinese economy, but it's more about how can we bring India as a potential partner in countering Chinese influence in the Indo-Pacific, and the effects on that were what was really concerning to us, because we had expected that a democracy would sideline with us democracies in the West on this issue, and the Modi government chose not to do so. Now, after the meeting in Tashkent and the partial mobilization, we've seen another type of reaction coming out. And in this respect, the Chinese reaction, the Indian reaction were more or less similar. That is now a first doubt about the reality and the possibility of Russia prevailing militarily in Ukraine. And the idea that maybe it's better to be on the side of the international community and of international law, especially when it comes to the potential use of tactical nuclear weapons. So I think for us, in order to influence the course of things in the Indo-Pacific, it's very important to make these sharp distinctions between India and China.
Fair point. Masami, how does this look from Tokyo? And I should just add, since we're talking about Asian reactions to Ukraine, one of the startling things has been what a strong supporter Japan has been of Ukraine, along with South Korea, but Japan, right from the beginning, supporting sanctions and in other ways helping Ukraine. What do you think about China and India?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in front of such distinguished guests. And the Russian invasion into Ukraine has, at least from our viewpoint, reminded us of the indivisibility of security in Europe and security in the Indo-Pacific region. We view the aggression against Ukraine by Russia a kind of a blatant violation of the principles of international law and attempt to change the status quo in a coercive manner. And that kind of unilateral action could potentially occur in other areas as well. And unless the international community is united to resist that kind of action, that might have other potential actors miscalculate, and they might do the same kind of things in other regions. So as a member of the G7, Japan has been very active and take a lot of responsibility to support the efforts on the part of Ukraine. And with regard to India, we do have a lot of interactions even in the defense field, and we do share the democratic principles and other fundamental values with India. And there may be some historical background which lead to some kind of difference, but still we would like to engage in a lot of endeavors, including bilateral or trilateral, or for that matter, quadrilateral military exercises and so on with them, so that we could have a closer relationship with India.
Thank you. So I want to direct a follow-up question to Tobias, because you sit on the Defense Committee in the House of Commons and have access to a wide range of information. What do you think the reactions of China and India, but more generally of Asian nations, would be if Putin did use tactical nuclear weapons, or chemical weapons in the Ukraine conflict?
Well, I mean, that's the big question that we now need to face. And unfortunately, Putin has taken advantage of how risk-averse, how timid the West has become. We didn't think he would invade, and he's done so. We didn't react to Georgia when parts of that were invaded, nor Crimea or Donbass originally. Go back to Syria, and there were some red lines crossed there. So he's exploiting, perhaps, our collective weakness. I think after 30 years relative peace since the Cold War, we've lost that Cold War statecraft capability of being able to look our adversaries in the eye and stand up to them, but controlling the escalatory ladder to make sure things don't get out of control. We now face a precipice. What do we do if a low-yield tactical nuclear weapon might be used? Something very small, not like we've seen 70 odd years ago, but something minute, but you'd still be crossing a threshold. And I think as a deterrent, the West needs to think very, very carefully that this idea of strategic ambiguity, of being vague about what you might do, but you might do something, is not strong enough. Putin is on the back foot, he's humiliated, Russia has been intimidated on the international stage, and there's a lot at stake. This is his war, and he could find an excuse, false flag or whatever, to actually launch or cause some sort of nuclear attack. And today, now, at this moment, we need to be crafting what our response should be and tell him. It should be conventional, probably involving every F-35 in NATO's arsenal, taking out perhaps every asset there is in Ukraine itself. But the danger that we've got is that he's claimed 4 chunks of eastern Ukraine to be Russian territory, and therefore that being the excuse that he can use to use those nuclear weapons. We're in a dangerous era now, and we need to qualify and be strong and stand up to this adversary.
Just getting to the specific question that I asked, I'm interested in whether you or anyone else on the panel think that the Chinese reaction, which has been muted, to put it mildly, would change if Russia crossed that nuclear threshold and took this war into a different stage.
That, again, I think is something that Russia will factor in. But what unites Russia and China together is seeing a weak United States and a weak international rules-based order. Because when you talk about openness, transparency, and democracy, that challenges the elitism in Beijing and in Moscow. It would challenge the very existence or continuity of President Xi or President Putin. So they are united in wanting to see a weaker West. So probably China will be upset and perhaps affected by this. But in the longevity of time, I think Putin will factor this in to say, actually, I'll get away with it probably. It probably will. They'll say something public about it, but their long-term projection, perhaps to splinter our globe into 2 spheres of competing influence. I'm afraid my view is that Putin has made his decision to try and pivot Russia to point eastwards, to sell his oil and gas and other weapon systems to China in recognition that China will not ask difficult questions and will allow him to continue his activity, whereas the West, we ourselves, need to upgrade our engagement and our willingness to stand up to this. This is a pivotal point. We've entered a new era of insecurity. I'm not quite sure that the West is really appreciative of just where we are and how dangerous our world is becoming.
Certainly that appreciation grows day by day. So I want to turn to the question of Taiwan. From the beginning of this war, one question that people have asked is, what are the lessons of the war in Ukraine for the Taiwan Straits conflict, if it should become a military conflict? And there are 2 sides of that, and I'd like to ask the panel to address each. One is, what are the lessons for Taiwan in terms of what it buys, how it conducts its economic affairs, what strategic position it takes? The other is, what's the lesson for China? Does China see this as an indication that it should move quickly, that it should be cautious and avoid the kind of catastrophe that's befallen Russia? Let me ask Minhua, who's from Taiwan, to begin our discussion, but then I'd love opinions from each of you.
Thank you. So I think there are economic lessons and political lessons for Taiwan. Economically, we know that Taiwan has relied on China a lot in terms of export and investment. So the economic reliance has declined in recent years, but the US-China trade war has accelerated this economic separation, less and less Taiwanese investment in China. And the outbreak of war has warned Taiwan even more about the danger of these economic ties with China. Another lesson for Taiwan is that we see that in the beginning of the war, Ukraine fought by itself in the first few days, few months before a country received the support from the European countries, from the United States. So an important lesson for Taiwan is that we must be able to sustain the war in the beginning, at least a few weeks. For maybe the major countries, they have to reach a consensus how to do with China and Taiwan. So that's a very important lesson for Taiwan, because Taiwan has never experienced war since the end of World War II, since the end of the Civil War in China. And so that provides Taiwan a very important lesson that we must be careful that China's attack is real and can happen anytime in any unexpected moment. And for China, I do think that the Ukraine war also provides lesson for China is that the sanctions applied to Russia today can be applied to China. The difference is that China has greater economic linkage with the international community. So that means if the same sanctions apply to China, China may suffer more than Russia today. And also, today, when Russia received the sanctions, Russia is isolated economically, but Russia has China to support its economy. So Russia can have the minimum survival economically. But for China, if China receives the sanction, who is going to support China? So that's a very important question for China. And I believe that Chinese leadership perceive this danger. They have this concern. So the economic is their biggest weakness if they want to launch any war against Taiwan. Thank you.
Yes, Tobias.
I've got to go, so I do apologize. British Airways flight, so I do apologize. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks to our panelists. Let me turn to Niels and ask, try to put yourself for the moment in the mind of Xi Jinping in Beijing. You've been watching Russia's enormous difficulty, one could almost say catastrophe, in trying to subdue this smaller but very feisty nation. What's the lesson for Xi? Is it that he should get even stronger armaments, a bigger army preparing to invade, or that he should think about a way to win Taiwan without war?
Well, I guess in his place, I would be more on the cautious side of the matter, since Taiwan over the last decades has got many things right. So they've built up a position as an indispensable provider of high-tech goods, semiconductors and other materials. They have built up very strong state institutions, and they have a very well-equipped modern army at their disposal. So the odds are even more turned against any aggressor than in the case of Ukraine, which had not built up this kind of capacities. And then looking at the aims set by himself and by the Communist Party for the development of the country, I would argue that it's a high risk for China to get involved in a full-fledged war in the Indo-Pacific with regard to the objective of becoming a major economic power, superpower, because distortion of value chains and of the international economy as a result of a war in Taiwan would be even more disastrous than the case of Ukraine. And then there's one last point, because we talked about sanctions. In 2014, Japan and South Korea did not join the chorus of sanctions against Russia in the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea. This case, they did. And this showed to China how strong the possible reaction of the West could be. And this is also a sort of bet by Japan and South Korea in case of an invasion of Taiwan or aggression in the Indo-Pacific, that Europeans would also join in. And once Japan and South Korea would have elaborated a sanctions regime, they could rightfully expect from us in Europe that we would do the same, that we would follow suit as they did after the attack at the end of February.
So, Masao, the Japanese government, certainly under Prime Minister Abe and now under Prime Minister Kishida, has had a tough-minded view, as near as I can see, about China. Not a lot of illusions about Beijing and its military strength. Do you feel that the United States and the West now see the potential dangers from China in a way that's compatible with Japan's view? And if you'd maybe speak a little bit about the interesting new organization, if you will, the Quad, which has in it Japan, India, the United States, and Australia in a, not sure just what it is, whether it's a partnership, informal cooperation agreement, but talk a little bit about how you see China and how you see the Quad as a force to perhaps constrain Chinese power.
From my point of view, what China has been doing, for example, in South China Sea as well as in East China Sea, they have been attempting to change the status quo, and they did to a certain extent successful, for example, in South China Sea, and they are kind of increasing their military operational tempo in East China Sea and in our neighborhood. So we have a certain degree of concern about what they are doing, and our self-defense forces have engaged in a very close surveillance operations about what they are doing. So I'm not sure if it is true that the current administration is more tough-minded against China or not. We are certainly neighbors, and we do have a lot of contacts. And there may be some differences, but we have to say what we have to say, tell them. But at the same time, we have to manage our relationship with China, certainly. And speaking of a Quad, I do not necessarily, I'm not necessarily so sure what characterization is the most appropriate thing. But, you know, the relationship among those four countries have been developed in such a way that we could contribute to the free and open Indo-Pacific. That would be very useful for the prosperity of relevant countries, for that matter, global communities. So in that, from that viewpoint, we have been engaged in a lot of things by those four countries. And, you know, so that's kind of our attempt to contribute to the peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific.
Thank you. I want to turn now to a question that's been very much on the minds of business leaders around the world, and that's the supply of semiconductor chips. Taiwan famously is the world center for manufacturing the highest end chips. In this period of chip shortage, a lot of countries, including the United States, have been spending money to develop their own new chip-making facilities. Minhua, maybe as somebody who follows economics carefully, you could speak first to whether you think Taiwan's chip-making industry is vulnerable to Chinese takeover or threats or other manipulation. And second, what Taiwan's reaction has been to the CHIPS Act in America, similar legislation in the EU to provide subsidies for domestic chip making in those countries.
Yeah, I think this is a very important issue since the outbreak of the pandemic crisis because of the chip shortage. So people started to notice about Taiwan because Taiwan produced over 90% of the advanced chips. Over about 70% of the chips used in the smartphones today is actually produced by Taiwan's TSMC. So Taiwan plays a very important role in this semiconductor industry. These chips are widely used in almost all kinds of manufactured goods today. So China has the ambition to take over Taiwan, so that poses the danger, the vulnerability of this supply chain network. If China has become important player in this supply chain network, then we will have to ask China's permission before we can buy all these chips and produce the goods we need today. So I think nowadays many countries, they have the concerns about the potential tension in the Taiwan Strait, maybe the outbreak of war in the Taiwan Strait. So they try to try to call back all these manufacturing production back to their home countries. But the thing is, from the business perspective, this may not be very cost effective. This is not the, over the past few decades, we follow the so-called globalization, global division of labor based on each country's comparative advantage. So nowadays we have national security, national interest concerns. So these concerns outpass the cost considerations. So first of all, if you call back all this manufacturing production, those countries, they will face very important question, that is the higher cost to produce the same chips in your own country. And also, if we are not sure if the supply chain network disrupted during the pandemic crisis between countries, but there could be also disruption of supply chain network in the domestic production line as well. So this is it is still a question under debate. And I think over the past few decades, the global division of labor we constructed is based on the greater trade and the investment liberalization. This is like every country agreed to do so. There is a global consensus, formal or informal. This is like a global trend. Today, if we want to reverse this global trend, I think we need to have also a global consensus. How should we do to best secure our national interest, each country's national security? At the same time, we don't need to spend so much money on rebuilding another supply chain network. We don't cause trouble. We still want the economy to continue to prosper, to develop. At the same time, I also understand we have the national security. So I think there is a need for every country to find out, to look for the balance between the national security and the economic interest. Thank you.
So we're getting down to just 10 minutes or so left. I'm going to turn to the audience for your questions in a minute. Not quite yet, but I'm glad that people are thinking of them. I have one more question that I want to ask to Niels Schmidt. So there has been a question in the United States for many years whether U.S. and European interests differ when it comes to China. There's been an argument, say a fear among many, that Europeans see their economic interests, their trade interests with China as being so important that they would be reluctant to engage in the kind of competitive behavior, consider the kinds of constraints the U.S. Really is advocating these days from both parties. So the simple question is, do you think the U.S. and Germany specifically are aligned today and have a similar view of China and the potential threat that China poses?
Certainly, Germany has been a latecomer in the China debate, and it took some time for German policymakers to understand the comprehensiveness of the China challenge. But I think since Biden took over, alignment has taken place. There's no talk of decoupling in Washington any longer, and there's a convergence of views on China now on both sides of the Atlantic. So what I call the Holy Trinity is now the guiding principle. So you have systemic rivalry, competition, and cooperation. And within this Holy Trinity, the China strategy in Europe and in America is spelled out. It takes for us more time to disentangle from the Chinese market, that's for sure. But on the other side, there are also huge opportunities for cooperation because, after all, the European single market is the most attractive market in the world. The EU is a regulatory superpower, so when we start investment screening, when we start public procurement limitations, when we start maybe outbound investment controls, when we start anti-coercion instruments, so this really makes a difference. So I think this all bleeds for much closer cooperation between the US and Germany and Europe on this account. Yeah.
Thank you. So let me now turn to the audience, the gentleman in the first row. If you'd identify yourself, and then if you have a particular person you'd like to direct the question to, please state that.
Jacek Kaczewski, I'd like to ask a question to Minister Oka regarding relations with North Korea. As I understand, your Prime Minister has declared that he's willing to meet Mr. Kim without any preconditions, and that also he's willing to settle with South Korea some outstanding historical matters that they are he's open to discussion on settling all those matters. So could you comment on that? Because North Korea supplying arms to Ukraine, to Russia, to in the fight in Ukraine, it's all interconnected.
On North Korea, you know, from the viewpoint of the security of Japan, they have conducted 6 nuclear testing already. They conducted 6 nuclear testing already in the past, and they have tested a lot of ballistic missiles, and particularly this year they launched ballistic missiles at an unprecedented pace. And I left Tokyo yesterday, as a matter of fact, right after their launch of IRBM class or higher level ballistic missiles flew over the territory of Japan. And that's a kind of a very much something we cannot tolerate at all from the viewpoint of the security of Japan and from the viewpoint of protecting our country and so on. And those missile threats certainly have a very important impact, not only in Japan, but they are also engaged in developing ICBM capabilities, which could at least potentially reach European countries as well. So I think it would be very important from our viewpoint to have a unity of the international community, including the United Security Council, to have effective measures against North Korea. And speaking of South Korea, you know, probably I'm not necessarily in a good position representing only the Ministry of Defense to talk about the entire Japan-ROK relationship. But, you know, there are certain issues between the two countries, but as a very important neighbor. I think we have been engaged in diplomatic consultations with ROK so that we could reach some kind of good understanding between the two sides, I believe.
Ed, let me just to clarify, I wasn't sure whether your Prime Minister is prepared for open-ended discussions with Kim or not. With Kim Jong-un.
I think what he basically said is he is prepared, I'm not sure I precisely remember what he said, but he is prepared to talk without conditions to meet and discuss issues between the two countries. And obviously, we have a very important agenda, which is the abduction issue. And that is a very important issue for our government and for our country as a whole. So that's something what our Prime Minister may have mentioned.
Thank you. Yes, in the second row, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Maria Berlinska. I'm a Ukrainian war veteran. When war started in 2014, I was a student and I had to join to the army on volunteer basis and became a specialist in air reconnaissance, and I'm a drone operator. But my question will be not about weapons. We will discuss here about weapons, drones, how to protect Ukraine. But my question will be about a different thing. You know, sorry, I'm nervous a little bit.
Oh, please.
During past 7 months, I lost a lot of my friends. Some of them, I was tortured and killed in a very horrible way. A lot of my friends who sisters in arms, women, a lot of them raped, a lot of children killed. And I understand that this war for us, as well as for Taiwan, it's about existing, how to exist in this world. But you know, sir, when war started, I joined to the army. I'm pacifist by myself, but I had to join to the army because of my people, of Ukrainian people. I did believe that I have to protect my country, it's my duty. But as of now, in 2022, I did understand that I do everything not for my country, not for my people. At the end of the day, after bomb shelling and after I did under a lot of artillery attacks, I understood that I do everything for my soul.
Let me just, we're deeply moved by your story. Do you have a question for our panel?
My question here, one simple question. At the end of the day, we all here not people from Japan or America or from Poland and so on. Everyone, we are humans here. And everything that I done, I do for my soul. Because at the end of the day, I will die, sooner or later. Because of Russian shelling, because of Russian bombs, because we are discussing nukes.
We're over time now, so I'm going to have to ask you, as I say, we're very moved. I'm going to turn this back to the panel.
Because we're discussing nukes as usual things. And sooner or later, Putin will strike us. And I know that he will strike us by nukes, by tactical or strategical nukes, doesn't matter. I'm not politician. I don't understand all these high geopolitical things. But I would like to ask all of you, let's do everything for our souls. Let's protect Ukraine for your souls. We all will die. And at the end of the day, I would like you to pass with free soul, free hearts, with love in your hearts. And with these feelings that you done everything well.
I've got to ask you,
So
I've got to ask you now, please, thank you so much for what you said. We've got to ask you now to sit down. Thank you.
Thank you. My ask is, please tell me what we have to do to protect innocent people in my country and all over the world.
Okay, so does anybody want to take a response to that? If not, we're going to go to one more question. Okay, so let's go to the woman there, and this is the last question, then we'll come back to our panel.
Sorry. I'm Olena Tregup, Independent Defense Anti-Corruption Commission from Ukraine. My question is very simple. I'm really curious, as a Ukrainian, Tobias Selwood, who left, he said that maybe Russia attacked because Euro-Atlantic community was perceived as weak by Putin. And I wonder, my question is to our democratic friends from Taiwan, from Japan. Your societies in Japan and Taiwan, as of today, as of October 22, do you think that the Western support for Ukraine is good enough to help us win? Or you still think that it's not strong enough? What is the position of majority?
Good final question, and let's ask each member of the panel to make closing comments in answering that. Minhua, why don't you start?
I will just give a very brief final word. I think I'm very touched to what this girl just mentioned about. I think international solidarity is very important to support Ukraine, to support the weak countries like Ukraine and Taiwan. Taiwan nowadays is a peaceful place, but who knows what will happen in the future. So by showing the support to Ukraine, it is also a way to deter China from their military ambition toward Taiwan. Thank you.
Niels, closing thought?
Well, first of all, let me stress that Ukraine, as you mentioned, is not only fighting for its national sovereignty, it's a fight for humanity. And that's why we all side with Ukraine. And that's why the durability of our support, military, economic, diplomatic for Ukraine is of utmost importance. And in democratic societies, in order to maintain this level of support, we of course need support from our own people. And that's why with the rising energy prices, it's so important that in Europe, governments offer subsidies, help for households and for companies in order to preserve employment and a decent standard of living. And so there's a domestic foreign policy nexus in our own countries as well. But we are ready to invest lots of money to maintain this level of support in order to preserve lives in Ukraine, that's for sure.
Yes, Mr. Rocco.
As I said at the outset, we cannot tolerate such blatant act of aggression against Ukraine, disregarding the principles of international law. So we have been strongly support the Ukraine. And as far as Ministry of Defense is concerned, we have provided certain types of equipment to Ukraine. But we will continue to consult closely with the international community. There are various forums where we are discussing how we can support Ukraine. And we would like to continue our support to the best of our ability.
So let me bring this to a close. I want to thank our panelists, including Mr. Elwood, who I hope is on the way to the airport. And I also want to just close by thanking the member of our audience who reminded us of the intense human suffering that's a part of this story that we've been talking about these 2 days, the cost of it for individuals. So thank you for sharing that with us. And thank you all.
garage. Today we are exploring technologies on board a Mercedes-Benz. A glimpse at your smartwatch and our intelligent system activates. A cool breeze, change of lighting, a massage, and a bouquet of citrus and jasmine. Lovely, yes. Our Dolby Atmos system transforms into a 360 fully immersive soundscape. Meaning music comes from here, here, and here. Upgrade your experience with
Hey Mercedes.
loading your profile, Jen. Playlist on. Seat adjusted. Temperature cool. Battery check. Stop over for charge. Set. Magic, isn't it? Innovations by Mercedes-Benz.
So, a message there from one of the partners of this year's Warsaw Security Forum. Now, we are a little behind schedule again, but that's the nature of these events. There's so much to discuss, it's really hard to keep it contained. So we're about 20 minutes over time. I'm not going to dwell then. I'll just introduce our next moderator in the session. It's a panel discussion looking at how the Kremlin might impact Western democratic societies and political parties moving forward. The session is held in partnership with the Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies, and it is moderated by Peter Hefferle, Policy Director at the Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon and very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here in the room and online on YouTube and Facebook. My name is Peter Hefle. I'm very delighted to chair this session. I'm with the Martens Center and we are a strategic partner of the Warsaw Security Forum. The topic of our discussion is the end of populist era, and it's an ambitious topic, as ambitious as our time frame, so we will keep very closely in time, and there is a roughly 30 minutes discussion among the panelists, which I will in brief introduce later on, and then of course you are cordially invited to share your opinions of roughly 10 minutes. Well, I must admit I was tempted a bit to answer the question, the two questions to be precise, very easily by my own, because it's also my own business in Brussels. Well, the first question would be, no, there is no end of populist era. I'm definitely sure that will continue, and well, the Kremlin neither will stop its activities. So, but this is not something which you are interested in, my opinion, so to say, but I'm delighted to have way more better experts here on the panel. I'm very delighted to have three politicians very actively from Ukraine, from Germany, from Poland, and our General Ben Hodges, who lived in the US and in Germany, so spanning European and American perspectives at the same time. Well, let me begin with the two politicians, Mrs. Klampusch and Mrs. Özgün. We in Western democracies have faced tremendous challenges and changes during the last 20 years, and there are some common developments I would say we have to share. That's the weakening of the centrist left and centrist right movements, the People's Party concept, the rise of extremists both on the left and the right side, and a revolution, for example, in communication spaces. But we have seen other threats coming from outside, and this has been a more shocking development. There had been powers, authoritarian powers, interfering in our core political processes, such as elections, corruption politicians, distorting public and virtual spaces. These methods are very sophisticated, ambitious, and very adaptable. And if it had not been so to the detriment of our societies, it would consider it great admiration. So let me get into the first question. Did the war in Ukraine change the way, or maybe other powers, not only the Kremlin, in how to interfere into the political scene in Europe? Or have we become now more resilient? Did we learn something on these permanent impacts and are more aware of the strings the Kremlin and other authoritarian forces are drawing? Ladies, what is your opinion? Maybe, Mrs. Klembusch, we start with you being one of the hardest hit victims, and later on to Germany, because we have relevant cases in Germany as well. Mrs. Klembusch, please.
Well, thank you, and thank you to everybody who is joining this session. Well, I think answer to your questions are both yes and no, because definitely we will not see and we are not seeing the end of the populist era at this particular moment, and unfortunately we also do not see that those governments and those forces that have been trying to impact internally on the politicians, societies, different stakeholders across Europe or across the free world, that they are going to give up on that. They will continue doing that, they will continue attacking, and they will not resist the tools that they have been using before. So they will continue buying politicians. It might be that it will cost more a little bit, because being, on the side of total evil is becoming not fashionable. And but at the same time, they will not give up on using those tools. And unfortunately, if we are talking about our resilience, we can say, yeah, we have become maybe we have started looking with more sobriety on some of the processes. We have been shocked in many of the communities to learn something that we Ukrainians have been saying for years and years by now, and it was just going as the water in the sand. I remember how many conferences I attended and was trying to warn about those things that have been happening, that are happening, that unfortunately are continuing to happen, but that was not taken as seriously as it is being taken right now, when people are seeing the atrocities, the real face of the Russian aggression. So we are only working on our resilience. I would not be calming down in terms of being recognizing that we have already reached the resilience level, unfortunately. And I think some of the mistakes that we are making at this particular point are actually not helpful in terms of building that resilience. For example, what do I mean? And maybe that will bring us and bridge us to the German experience. Because I, for example, think that not expelling Mr. Schroeder from Social Democratic Party means a big, big mistake. And that paves the way, additionally, to encouragement and indulgence of Kremlin to use those tools that they have been using before. Or, for example, when we are talking about how some of the states, like Hungary, are taking hostage yet another level of the sanctions package in the EU, and not coming with the harsh response to those countries by protecting values, where I think that values should actually come first. We're making another mistake. That is actually continuing our vulnerability as opposed to producing our common resilience.
Thank you very much. Well, the bridge to Germany has all been laid, and, well, Germany is in a quite awkward situation to some extent. You, as the Vice President of the German Bundestag, you had also been victim, of course, of attacks to the core of our political institution, the Parliament. So what lessons Germany has learned? What can we share in the wider European context? The European Commission is also very much aware and had to set up steps to protect our political space and core political issues.
Well, I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned, as you said, and I might say, first of all, especially to you, that you're absolutely right that we didn't understand everything in the last years, and we made a lot of mistakes, and we know that. And on the other hand, I would say, or maybe I would start to answer your question with populism will always be as long as mankind is there. The question is from who against who, and how can we maybe have more solidarity among each other. And this is why I am telling this, you know, like we have to learn our lesson. But let me tell you just one experience. I arrived last night, and this morning I attended a panel. And first of all, I heard there a sentence like, Germany is an enemy. And I was really shocked, you know. I was kind of, you know, I know this from German parliament, but I know this normally from right-wing people who transport Russian stories even into our parliament. And I wasn't really, well, prepared to hear it here. And I thought, how far is it going, you know? I was convinced when I came here that among the EU, especially with Ukraine, of course, but among EU countries, we are getting closer now, and we should be closer now. We should work according, you know, our plan really against Russia and to help Ukraine. And this is something that I saw that maybe it doesn't work in all aspects. And what we should look at is why are there still these stories, and what can we do against it? One is for certain that we have to address the things, we have to speak about them, and, you know, just not to be, just to know about how we are acting together. On the other side, Germany has this Zeitenwende, you know, that some people asked, of course, what does it really mean? Is it something that the chancellor said, and what are you going to do? And I think, you know, or maybe I can tell you that this is something that even in Germany we have been discussing for several years, but it hasn't really been being done, you know, like to have more for our defense, to do more for our defense structure, to do more for energy. And we definitely had these mistakes, for sure. But now it was Chancellor Scholz who said, we will totally change our energy policy and our structure, and there we need Europe. And I'm convinced that if we can overcome these kind of stories against each other, and if we can really rely on each other, then European countries, especially Poland, Germany and others, can play a very important role to overcome this kind of populism, and to be a good partner for Ukraine.
Well, General Hodges, you live in the US now and in Germany. You have both worlds apart, and we had an interesting discussion yesterday also on transatlantic relation in this respect, bunching the ball forth and back from the US, and we all know this polarized political situation in the US, and much of the stories go to the US, come back to Europe. Russia is perfectly playing this game. So what are your experiences in both, having lived in both societies and closely observing, of course, what's going on? What about the resilience in the US, for example, lessons to be learned from there?
Well, first of all, I don't know who that very young guy is up in the, that was several years ago. So look, for some context, in about a year from now, we are not going to be worrying about the Kremlin spending all their effort and resources trying to undermine us, because they are going to be fighting for their own survival. Ukraine is going to push Russian forces out of Crimea by next summer. I don't even think Vladimir Putin will still be in power, and we should be thinking about what comes after that. And hopefully it's somebody that we can, in fact, deal with. I'm not keeping my hopes alive for that, but it'll be a different kind of threat to us. I can't describe it. I would also say this is the last winter. We will not have to worry next winter about Russia using gas to harm us or disrupt energy supplies in Europe. They played the gas card too soon. Germany very quickly, very well adjusted have storage capacity. I live in Frankfurt, so I hear from my German neighbors. At first, it was like, oh my God, it's going to be terrible. Now you hear people joke about, I'm going to get a new Mutze, you know, and yes, this winter will be hard and expensive, but that's it. So we have to, so the point is, we have to toughen up a little bit. I mean, we have all become quite spoiled in the United States and frankly in much of Western Europe. We've had it pretty good. So the lesson is be more resilient. I mean, kind of the way our parents were and our grandparents. They would be embarrassed to see the whining that we and our kids do today, I think, if things get a little bit uncomfortable. Now, the United States, we are very vulnerable to this kind of influence that has been coming from the Kremlin. I mean, all of you see it. I imagine as I look out there, probably at least 3/4 of you have been to the States for school or holiday or work or whatever. And democracy is not a ballet. I mean, it's more like rugby. It's hard all the time. And I hear people sometimes like, oh my God, it's unprecedented. I've never seen the United States like this. We had a civil war 160 years ago that killed almost 1 million people. So it has been a lot worse. And I would ask you to don't give up on your American friends. It'll never be perfect. And being such an open society, you are vulnerable because it's so easy for people to manipulate information. But I can still remember when I was in the 7th grade, so that would be, I would have been 11 years old, so 1969. Not exactly, you know, the most peaceful time in American domestic history. And my teacher, Mrs. McKendry, said, Ben, you have got to have more than one source for news. Now, this is about 100 years before iPhones and the internet and all that, okay? And she was telling me, you have to have more than one source for your news. You can't read just the local Tallahassee newspaper or Life magazine or U.S. News and World Report was the magazine that I really depended on when I was a kid. And we had 3 TV channels. So even then, she was saying it's our responsibility in a democratic society to inform yourself. And if you just look at one thing and you get all your news from one thing, then you are so vulnerable to manipulation. And the last point I would make, of course, the attempt by the Kremlin has been about causing us to lose trust and confidence in our institutions. Right now, the Supreme Court, confidence in the Supreme Court in the United States is the lowest I have ever seen in my life because it has become so politicized. When the former president talks about, those are my judges, those were Obama judges, I mean, that's a grossest violation of his constitutional oath I could imagine, because they're not his judges, unfortunately. Many people thought they are, and that's going to influence the U.S. elections that are happening in November. Millions of people are going to vote for a guy in the state of Georgia who was a legendary football player. He has paid for multiple abortions himself, but yet he is a pro-life advocate. And so people are going to vote for him without caring about all of these other problems and integrity because they want one more Senate vote to try and make sure that they can pack the Supreme Court. So this is the problem for us. We're very vulnerable because people are losing confidence in the Supreme Court. When you have a president or other politicians start talking about, I mean, months before the election, I'm not so sure that we can be confident about the outcome. You can be sure that the election 2 years ago was the most closely watched, fairest, most accurate election we've had in our history because the entire world was watching to see if there are any problems in it. So this is the effort to undermine our confidence in those sort of things is for real.
Well, I appreciate very much your optimism. I think we should put you more to the German marketplaces because, Ms. Özgün, we have huge debates and fears of a cold winter and further undermining the resilience and resistance and the unity of Europeans against the Russian aggression. But Sigmund, we're facing a lot of elections over the next 2 years and your home country is among one of them. The attacking of this core political process, elections, voting, corrupting politicians, is a big issue. Do you think that the stories will be kept on, maybe changed, or are we in efforts to limit the impacts of these kind of disinformation, are we going too wide, too far, restricting the open space of debate, labeling others as pro-Russians or fascist or whatever we have heard around that, or the same goes for the left side? Do you think that we have already found the balance of limiting discussion, protecting ourselves, or did we go too far?
You know, I think it will be very difficult, you know, to solve this situation, to heal it instantly. I think that first of all, we should really concentrate on some basic, totally fundamental things right now. And you asked the question if there is a chance that there is the end, or we are near the end of the populist era. Of course we are not. Of course we are not. We are in the middle of it. Because every populism feeds on two things, two factors. First is frustration of people, and second is, I would say, inability of these mainstream political parties to address social issues, to address these frustrations. And when people see that there is no answer to the real questions, or sometimes they are not sometimes they are not real, they are inspired by some, I don't know, trolls from the internet, you know, trying to do a little mess here and there. But if this mainstream politics is unable to answer, they will be trying to look for the answer somewhere else. And these guys of Putin, working in the internet very hard, from Minsk, from St. Petersburg, they are ready, you know, thousands of them. Thousands of fake troll accounts, you know, everywhere in the internet, in Polish Twitter, probably in German Twitter as well, in Ukrainian internet. They are just everywhere. First thing we have to do right now is to stabilize the fundament again. We should stabilize the basic level, you know. We should take the oxygen out of this process, you know. We should suffocate them to death. I mean, these trolls, these guys from this Putin stable, because they are not able to attack us from outside. They want to destroy us from inside by divisions, by creating instant divisions amongst us. So if you will ask me what is the answer and what is the healing, what is the idea, how to fix it, I would say that first of all we should know that they are doing these things with us. We should be, you know, we should know it every time we are opening the internet, every time we are opening our mailbox, every time we are opening TV, we are turning on TV. We should be careful, and we should be together, because for divisions, this is only one healing, I know. It's being together, working together. Look at the situation in Europe after Second World War. Look at Schuman and other founders of European Unions. They saw the disaster of the Second World War, and they thought to themselves, okay, we don't want it to happen again, never again. What should we do then? We should cooperate, we should trade, we should make, you know, this European community of steel and coal, and then European Union. I think we are in a very similar moment right now, after this Putin's war started in February. Right now, we should think again, what should we do together if we don't want these things to happen again. And I would say that the most important thing is to make a green transformation again. You know, here in Poland, we right now are facing very difficult situation because of the prices of the energy, of you know, of the electric energy, of gas, of everything, and people will be they will not feel very comfortable and very stable with it. And you will have a very wide field, you know, to inspire from the bottom, you know, some movements, some aggression, some divisions. And we will be probably seeing a lot of it in this coming winter. So first, green transformation. And the second thing, together, because together is much easier to do this. And the second thing, we should rethink European Union, not only, because this should not only be the common trade zone, but we should think about our military potential, our defense potential. We should be ready to defend ourselves. That's great that we have this great ally in the United States. That's really great that we have NATO. But we have to ask ourselves the question, how to prepare to defend here on European continent, and how to make Ukraine member of NATO, member of European Union as soon as possible, because this is the matter of our safety, not only their safety.
Well, Mrs. Klimbush, Ukraine has shown an incredible decrease of resilience, of unity, well, further impacts from outside, but I think, could you describe us a bit what happened in your society and maybe lessons? We talked about a lot of lessons in these events could be drawn also from for Western European societies, which we consider maybe as the most vulnerable one and most affected by disinformation, by Kremlin, by Chinese forces, whatever. Maybe some short remarks, some short reflections on that.
You know, I think that one of the things that will be studied after the end of this war and after our victory, with your assistance and with your help, is the resilience of the Ukrainian society and the horizontal ties that the Ukrainian people have managed to very quickly build upon. And I think that that is something that, irrespectively of working institutions, which are, I think, incredibly important for our actually resilience to populism, to all the other shaking kind of things that might happen to our democracies and so on. I think this incredible texture of the society has proven to be one of our major strengths. And I think that is something to, that will be taken away as a positive lesson learned. But you know, I wanted to a little bit just reflect on what was said. I would like to share General Hodges' optimism. And I do believe that it's in our common interest to stay united, to stay together, and it is not only about survival of Ukraine. It is definitely about our survival and our continued existence on the map of the world, but it's also about survival of the Western civilization. If you stay united, you and we all will win together. And we have to ensure that actually that gas station that pretends to be the country stops receiving this billions and billions of dollars of indulgement or euros indulgement for its energy resources, that it stops having access to any technology, real technology, that this Carthagen has to be destroyed. And I don't mean physically destroyed necessarily. I mean weakened to that point that they cannot attack in any way, not through trolls, not through economic impact, not through military means. But I think that we are not there yet, altogether, understanding. And we have not crossed the line altogether of agreeing that it's not only that Russia cannot win this war, that it is about Russia being defeated in this war, and that has to be our common goal, and we are not there yet. So I think bringing all the societies with all the understanding that it might be hard, that you're paying with money, with some uncomfort, with some, you know, maybe less heat in your homes in this winter for something that you believe in, and this is the easiest price one can pay to preserve the future, to ensure that whatever you are having and taking for granted today is there for your children and for your grandchildren tomorrow. And I think that that is also a lesson learned from us Ukrainians, because you know, we are not counting what exactly we are paying, and we are paying dearly, unfortunately, in lives and in tortures, in destruction, and so on. But we know why. We know what we want to achieve, and we believe in our goal. So we want to get everybody on board, believing in the goals, in the good, in the laws, in the international law, in the order, so that we can preserve the way of life that we are, that you are still enjoying here. Thank you.
I liked very much your expression of the texture of a society, and Mr. Sugun, that is something which we should think about as well in rebuilding probably institutions, cohesion in our society. And Ben Hodges, I think this is an issue which is as relevant for the United States as well, to get this sense of community, of belonging together, sharing common goals as well. That is, I think, one of the most effective measures to strengthen our immune system against these threats, which will continue, definitely.
Our leaders have to keep reminding us, you know, what is really important. And it's a huge burden on any elected official to try to bring together everybody when they're thinking politically also. I mean, this is just the nature of it. But to find those things and reinforce those things that remind us what we care about. And what, you know, I'm appalled that we have millions of Americans that are still asking, like, why are we in Europe? Why should we support Ukraine? When this is about, not just about Ukraine, it's about democracy versus autocracy. And it's to America's interest that Europe is stable and secure, because when Europe is prosperous, America is prosperous. And then, of course, the Chinese are watching. They're waiting to see if we crack. The West, if we cannot bear up against the economic pressure from Russia, then the Chinese will not be too impressed with anything that we say about Taiwan or the South China Sea. So this is all connected, and our leaders have to kind of help make sure we do remain coherent so that we're not as vulnerable.
Mr. Sugun, comments on that from the German perspective? On this cohesion and increasing, maybe some comments from the German discussion, which is quite intense these days.
Well, yeah, I mean, actually, we started with it already, but of course, this is one of the most important things to just assure us and to know what we are defending. It's Ukraine, of course, but it's the way of life we have. It's our freedom. It's the values that we have. I mean, we're defending so much, and we started with populism. And how can we really fight against populism? I mean, you gave us so many examples, and EU started and NATO too to fight against it in a way, maybe let's say in a conservative way, you know, like we banned Sputnik, we banned Russia Today, but that's not the media of today, right? I mean, we have the internet, and how much do we really support those guys who, you know, just started by themselves to bring up all the fake news, to tell us what is going wrong in the internet. It wasn't really the states who really, you know, in the very beginning supported them. It was just people from the societies who did it. And it's people from our societies who are friends, who are supporting each other. I mean, just look how many Polish people host and support Ukrainians, how many Germans do it. And this is so important to see that the friendships are still there. And I think maybe one thing is also important, because I heard this, it's like, you know, when people are friends, there's nothing wrong about this. I mean, you have Ukrainians and Russians who are friends, who are families. You have like...
Where?
Excuse me?
Who were friends?
Who were, okay, yes. I think, I mean, still there are probably people very sad about, you know, like they split. I know families who split because of this war. This is so, yeah, it's a real tragedy. And we have to be clear on whose side we are. And we are clear on the side of Ukraine, and we are clearly on the side of our values. And this is something, of course, it's being also discussed in Germany. But again, I hope that as European nations, this brings us closer together, which does not mean that we don't discuss the things, you know, like mistakes and things that has been done in the past. Absolutely, we have to do that. And as you said, in 2014, when Putin talked in the Munich Security Conference, I just, you know, when I watch this again, I really don't know why nothing happened. I mean, almost nothing happened. You said, you know, like how dangerous this all is, and we just have to admit nothing happened. I mean, my grandmother was a Tatar from Crimea, so it was weird for me to see, you know, there's something going on, and we're just all living our normal day life, right? And of course we have to work on this, but this shouldn't hinder us to, you know, stay together, to stick together, and to not let Putin have this kind of, let's say, success that he brings us apart. You know, that he tears us apart. We have to stick together, and we have to be quite clear that whenever something like a war happens or such a tragedy happens, we are a real power all together. I mean, also with the US, of course, we always need the support of the US, no doubt, but we are a real power and we stick together. And this is something that I really want to just stress so much. You know?
Before I would like to give you the opportunity for a couple of questions. Sigmund, I see you're about to say something.
Yes, because I've heard a lot of very important things from all of you, and I know that we have a lot of things, a very long list to do externally, right? We should be together. We should defeat Putin together. We should make this green transformation together. We should build up our common potential together. But I once more want to underline this inner factor. Because it's very important for the resilience of every society, any society. It's very important, this integrity of the society is the crucial and fundamental thing when you are playing games with guys like Putin, who is very good at this game of making division. So once again, I want to tell that, you know, the one of the most important and difficult lesson to be learned by politicians right now is to show people again that unanimity in these liberal democracies we are all living in, it's the utopia. We should not avoid the differences between us. We should not avoid the conflicts between us. We should civilize the conflicts. We should learn how to discuss again. We should learn how to, you know, make confrontations of our positions again in a civilized way. Because these guys like Putin and the other dictators, they are trying to make a sect. Every time they are trying to make a political party, the sect is the final product of it, right? And they want our nations to be sects, and they want to be leaders of their religious sects. We cannot allow them to do this. I can quote my very last word, very last sentence. I can quote, probably Yuval Noah Harari said that in any society, you see that some politician, I don't know, president, prime minister, whoever, reaches the level of 70% of support. There are only two explanations. This is a war, or this is not a liberal democracy, right? We should learn again how to be together with all our differences, and then we will be stronger. Then we will be stronger. It will be much less pressure inside this teapot. And I hope that we are very close to this moment, and I hope that we won't waste this crisis. As Churchill said, never waste a good crisis, right? So we are just a step from it, and I really want to share this hope of Ivana and General Hodges that the next year will be, after this terrible winter, which is coming, the next year will be the spring of hope. We will experience the summer of hope, and we will experience the beginning of the complete new era in the history of Europe and the world.
Well, these issues you mentioned, this is a topic, I think, even for next year, because it raises far more fundamental challenges. But I have a gentleman here, too, and I think I have to limit it Well, if you keep all your answers very short, then I get more. Please.
Well, Jan Farfall, European Studies Center, University of Oxford. Thank you for all your interesting points. I would like to relate to the topic of this discussion, albeit from a different perspective, namely with the war going on in Ukraine, but also with the ongoing hybrid war going on the Polish-Belarusian border. To what extent do you think that the geopolitical considerations in the region will overshadow the democratic considerations? So from the eyes of our partners, the need for a stable regime that will be actively countering the Kremlin's influence versus the performance of the democratic society. Thank you.
I add the other comments for the sake of the time. Well, thank gentlemen, you had been first and then the two others, please.
Thank you. My name is Jakub Knop. I'm from University of Warsaw. So I'd like to direct my question to General Hodges. And I'd like to ask about the issue of bolstering the resilience in Western societies and shaping strategic culture. And so I was wondering if measures such as conscription or creating a proper civilian defense in Western NATO countries could be, possible solutions to improve those areas. And I think that we're lucky that Finland is about to join NATO because it could really act as an example for other Western countries on how to improve resilience of the whole society and really integrate civilians with military. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I take the other two ones. The gentleman here, please. And the lady then after, but short, please.
Hello, my name is Aditya Nair, and I'm a master's student at the University of Bologna. My question is very short. I would just like to know what do the speakers think will be the future impact, Kremlin's impact on the democratic peace theory?
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my question.
Could you repeat the last? We didn't get it here.
What will be the Kremlin's impact on the democratic peace theory?
Peace theory?
Yeah, democratic peace theory by Immanuel Kant, which is basically democratic systems don't fight with other democratic systems.
Okay.
In short.
Good. And the lady, please, and be very short, please. We are already running out of time.
Hello, my name is Maria Berlinska. My both grandfathers fought against German Nazis in World War II, and I fought against Russian Nazis since 2014. I have a very certain question, as we are talking about nukes and potential nuke strike against Ukraine. My question is, I believe that it's a responsibility of Ukrainian society in order of preparation, but it's also a responsibility of Western world as well, as we all together, as is our common values. So please, could you please tell me what certain things you can do for Ukrainians to prevent this nuke strike, the first thing, and the second one, my question is...
Sorry, could you please I have to keep the time frame.
My question is very certain. I risk my life every day with my friends. So where is American tanks? Where is German tanks? Where is air defense systems? Could you please tell me? Because we don't need boots on the ground, but we need weapons. Could you please tell me when you will send us enough of weapons? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have several quite diverse issues which I expected in this framework. Ben, you had been addressed more the conscription issue, the military issue. Maybe you start. The others I will raise later on.
Okay, so Sweden and Finland, I think, are the model. Estonia, very close for Europe, for rapid mobilization, but also for societal resilience. In Sweden, they have a program where children in the very early years of their education are taught how to become critical thinkers when they're watching news programs, for example. So to be critical, making that as part of education. And also, governments talk to their citizens like they are adults. Don't be scared to say, hey, we're going to pay more taxes in order to have more security. And yes, we're going to practice things. Talk to your citizens like they are adults, and don't be afraid to do that.
Mrs. Klimbush, one issue was raised about Ukraine, the next steps, fights, how we can support an issue for Germany, I think, as well.
But I'm not supposed to answer where are the tanks, right?
No, well, we leave this question rather to others.
You know what, I'll just touch on one thing. With nukes, with blackmailing, of using of the nuclear tactical weaponry against Ukraine, I think we all find ourselves in totally surreal situation. Ukraine, among the, to put it very mildly, the very few countries in the world that has given up nuclear arsenal, is being threatened with nuclear weapons. And then the whole world, including, we deeply appreciate all the support that we are getting from the US, from the UK, from other nations and so on. But guys, we did have that fig leaf, which is called Budapest Memorandum. And supposedly, that should have meant something. Exactly, maybe now it's the time to reinvigorate it, because otherwise there are dire consequences for any NPT in the future and for any possibility to ensure that we have some restraints or constraints for any state that wants to acquire nuclear power. So I think that right now we would like to see much more straightforward readiness of many nations who have the capacity to actually say very directly what they are ready to do in response, and don't be afraid to escalate. Putin and Russian Federation does not need an invitation to escalate. They are doing it every single day.
Well, I have to really cut now. It's an awkward issue for moderators to cut these interesting discussions, because I think we have a lot of topics identified, which I would love to continue next time. This goes way beyond the issue of Ukraine. That goes into the very core and heart of our societies, for liberal, open societies. I would like to thank you, and please have a clap to all of our guests here. Thank you very much for your contributions from the audience. Thank you for the organizers, and well, up to the next sessions. Thank you very much.
So, Western democracies, as we've just heard, are dealing with malign influence from the Kremlin. But what about influence from Beijing? Well, we have another transatlantic trends poll for you, if we can get that up on the, there we go. And this trends poll, again, this is from the Bertelsmann Foundation as well as the German Marshall Fund, done on both sides of the Atlantic, this transatlantic trends poll. It shows that majorities on both sides of the Atlantic see Chinese influence in global affairs as negative. Well, but why? Our final panel today, ending this program, it's a panel discussion offering some insights. The session will look at China and the notion of China's splendid isolation. It's a concept you may already be familiar with. But before that gets underway, I just want to say at this point, thank you. It's been my pleasure being with you. I'm going to bow out at this point. After this session, we're going to have Katarzyna Pizarska back up with you, who has done an amazing job putting this whole Warsaw Security Forum together. And now, it's my great pleasure to introduce someone whose judgment and insights I've valued now for years, particularly on China, the wonderful Teresa Fallon, the founder and director of the Center for Russia, Europe, Asia Studies. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Hello, I'm so glad that you're here still. We saved the best for last, and I'm so delighted to see you here for this very important panel. We're going to dive right in. I know that's been a long 2 days, but China has been so much in the news. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, how many of you heard of this before? I think I've never seen so many people pay attention to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting that happened recently in Uzbekistan, precisely because of the optics between Russia and China, the Xi-Putin meeting. So I think the world is really engaged on what this means in this region, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. We understand that Russia and China, everyone's trying to tease out what type of relationship they have and what does this mean for security issues as well, especially in regard to Ukraine and the war that's taking place there. So let's begin our discussion. We have an excellent panel here. I'm going to start off with Reinhard Bütikofer, who's an expert on transatlantic relations and Russia and China, US relations. So can you give us a state of play of how you see the landscape right now?
Thank you first for having me. I do believe that we're just experiencing a very historic moment in the developing of China's international role. The no limits friendship that Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin signed at the beginning of February amounts to a revisionist pact that aims for overturning the international order and creating a post-Westphalian order where authoritarian regimes would dominate global relations. China has been more aggressive with its foreign policy over the last years than we used to know from them, and I don't see any change coming anytime soon. A few weeks from today, in fact, on the 16th of October, the CCP will organize its 20th party conference, and Xi Jinping will be crowned party emperor for life. And I think he will double down on absolute control domestically and an aggressive policy where they don't aim for self-isolation. They aim for constructing an alternative system of international relations that would put them at the center of the global stage.
Thank you very much. This kind of follows up naturally for what's happening to Lithuania. It's a country that has experienced China's economic coercion. You've been on the front line. Now it's called the 14+1, but originally it was the 16+1. It's a sub-regional grouping of Central Eastern European countries. Please tell us how you see the landscape right now.
So first of all, I want to apologize to everyone. I had a very bad case of COVID, and now I have a temporary memory glitches, so that's the notes, sorry. But talking about Lithuania, yes, we disrupted that regional format, 17+1, which in the essence was not actually for cooperation. It was one of the long-term strategies of China to divide the European Union. So of course there could be only one format, European Union format. So Lithuania left it, and then Latvia and Estonia left it, and I'm hoping that instead of 14+1, it will cease to exist like this. But we had a very consistent and systematic approach towards China as a threat because our institutions, our special services and intelligence agencies have been telling for years that China is a threat. So first we limited their ability to invest and control into our critical infrastructure. Look at Greece, the seaport of Piraeus, what happened there. So we had lessons to learn. Then ability of them to expand 5G network based on Huawei technologies because they always have backdoors. And if you want to broadcast all your information to China, hello, you are welcome there. And then my resolution on Uyghur genocide as a co-chair and one of co-founders of IPAC, Interparliamentary Alliance on China, I was really happy to sponsor it. And I got the honor badge sanctioned by China. And then of course our Taiwanese representative office in Lithuania and our discussion about the name of that office. So how we're doing? We're doing okay. We have partners, we have understanding from European Commission, and even though I'd say as a Lithuanian, because we're stubborn and very direct people, in the beginning there was confusion, but now I think everybody has this wake-up call that China is going to get more and more aggressive, and globally, China's threat is no less than Russia's.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to Uli now. I had the opportunity to live both in Russia and China, and I did that back to back. Some analysts have described the current situation between Xi and Putin as being handcuffed to a corpse. Maybe you can describe how you see, from Germany's point of view, how this Russia-China relationship is working out.
Well, thank you very much. At first, China's plans are deeply disturbed by the war that's not been won by Putin, and the friendship between the two that was built in 200 hours, I believe, on 39 meetings they had together. That's something special in international relations. And we remember the times when KPC or the KP of the USSR were enemies in a way, and now they turned to a friendship. They reduced border control, they made maneuvers in the region, and so China has a friendship with Russia, but the plans of China are disturbed. So she was on a slow path to get the new superpower in Asia, and he wanted to get the #1 place in the world. And I think there was an insurance made on the visit that Putin has to Beijing in front of the Olympic Games, and that insurance was only for the moment when the war wouldn't go the way he thought it would be. So everybody think that 2 weeks in between Olympic Games and Paralympics were the time when Ukraine should have fallen, and then they would have been combined with the Belarusian Union, and at that moment everything would be fine and China could go onwards, going on Taiwan and all that. And the insurance is now taken, and Xi realized that that's not good for his standing in the world, for his economy. He relies on the economy. His nationalism in China relies on that economy, and that's what I see as the point of the going down of the friendship between the two, because the long-term plans from China are not functioning with Russia, with Vladimir Putin anymore.
I'm going to turn to General Petraeus with your expertise in Central Asia. How do you see the balance now playing out between Russia and China? Because we saw the Global Security Initiative being pushed at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and Putin is really kind of diminished. Uli mentioned the February 4th no limits agreement that was signed before the Olympics, and everyone was very deeply concerned about that. And now, fast forward to just a few months later, and Putin, the timing couldn't have been worse. He looked so weak. People were disrespecting him, showing up late for meetings. How do you see this play out, and what will that mean for the bigger geopolitical picture?
Well, let me start, I guess, with very quickly the China-Russia relationship, then Central Asian states, and then let me give it some global perspective. But first, let me just note that I salute everyone who is still here in the seats. You get an A+, big time for effort. And we recognize that we are all that stand between you and a beer at the final reception. So don't worry, the clock is ticking down. 26 minutes and 21 seconds. First of all, I think you characterize the relationship between President Putin and President Xi just right. Yes, it was announced as a partnership without limits, but it's very clear there are limits. China has not, for example, unfrozen the $300 billion worth of foreign reserves that are in China that Russia has there. Remember, Russia tried to de-risk itself by placing $600 billion of foreign reserves around the world, never thinking that everyone would actually freeze those. They have, including China. China has also not sold them any kind of military hardware, microchips. They have not violated that export control established by the US and others. So there are very distinct limits, and I think it really shows that in truth, this relationship is not one between equals. This is a transactional relationship. China is happy to buy natural gas from Russia, especially when the price is down. It's happy to, again, get other energy resources and so forth. But at the end of the day, again, they're not going to be there for Russia when the going really gets tough, and they have not been. And in fact, President Xi clearly, as did Prime Minister Modi, expressed reservations, concerns, challenges that, in fact, President Putin had to acknowledge when they had their summit meeting. The Central Asian states, I think, quite clearly are drawing back a bit from Russia. It's very instructive to see Kazakhstan which welcomed Russian paratroopers into Almaty when they had demonstrations right before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, but since then has actually drawn back and again has also sought not to get involved in Ukraine and has concerns about what is going on, needless to say. But if we put it in perspective, and I think this is actually very important, perhaps as a final session for this particular forum, which understandably has been preoccupied, as all of us have, with the situation in Ukraine, Russia's unprovoked invasion, and the extraordinary performance of the Ukrainian armed forces and people. It's worth remembering that, especially perhaps arguably from a US perspective, I am American after all, the US is like the guy in the circus who has to get a lot of plates spinning and keep them all spinning. So there's a China plate, there's a Russia plate. These are all the challenges, if you will. And there are innumerable challenges, and they're each represented, if you will, in this metaphorical image of the guy who gets a plate spinning. There's a North Korea plate. The Russia plate's gotten much bigger. It's much more pronounced. It's much more urgent right now, but there's an Iran plate, perhaps Iran plates, because there are different threats that it poses. There are still individual plates that represent the individual Islamist extremist groups that are still active in various parts of the world. There are cyber threat plates. Again, the list goes on. There's even a domestic populism issue, as the previous panel discussed. But the China plate is bigger and more important than all of the other plates put together. It can never be allowed to fall. Now, the US has allies and partners, and again, great to see the EU response as it has drawn together. And this is therefore the objective of this administration in particular, but really of the US in a bipartisan fashion, is to have a comprehensive, integrated whole of governments, with an S on the end, because again, all the allies and partners, approach to China, most significantly to deter, to dissuade the policymakers in Beijing from ever taking a decision that could result in actual conflict. That is crucial, and we're very seized with that. The key is deterrence. That rests on two elements. It's the potential adversary's assessment of your capabilities. We're working hard to transform those together with allies and partners, and then the willingness to employ those capabilities, which we're also seeking to demonstrate. And frankly, the response to Ukraine has been quite impressive in that regard, I think. But that perspective, I think, is actually really, really important, even maybe especially at a conference which is so seized with the issue that is so nearby. But nonetheless, the big issue facing the world is the relationship, most significantly of the US, but also then the EU and all other countries with China, and making sure that that relationship never evolves into conflict.
Bhuti, I see you nodding your head, and I'm reminded that the title is The Changing Transatlantic Landscape and Worldwide Interests. And I looked at your blog, and you wrote about the TTC. And how do you see transatlantic relations evolving in regard to China? Because there seems to be a desire to coordinate economically and to kind of not share certain technologies with Beijing. How is that going in your point of view?
Well, we had a wonderful period of globalism in the last 3 decades arising, and so all the economy of the world made a big of boundary. So Germany is involved on the Chinese market with big players like Volkswagen or BMW. On the one side, it's part of markets, so we have big economic relations with the US as European Union, but also with China. But talking about system rivalry, we are, out of my opinion, right in a system war already. And we have transatlantic relations. NATO, the US helped Europe after the Second World War. It helped Germany to become that country of freedom and democracy that we are today. And I don't want to live in a Chinese-ruled world with a social credit system and all that stuff. and I want to be in a democratic, free world. And so, you see, what I would like to say is that if US has to go to conflict with China, NATO is, out of my opinion, not one way. It's also in the other way around. So if China takes US into a conflict, or China is installing nukes, 250 nukes are new installed, who have arranged to reach Washington, D.C. I always tell the people, if you can reach Washington, D.C. by China, you can reach every point in Europe as well. And so we are all endangered by what's happening right now. And that's my answer to your question.
Okay, thank you. General Petraeus gave me a two-finger. We'll keep it short and sharp because the clock is ticking by. And if you want to jump in as well, just give me a signal.
I think the biggest geopolitical development of the past decade, at the least, if not a little bit longer, has been the evolution of the world from one that could be described as an era of benign globalization, in which economics largely determined geopolitics, to an era of renewed great power rivalries in which geopolitics are largely determining economics, are constraining it. And I don't say that just because I'm the chairman of the KKR Global Institute, but we have seen this transform during my 9+ years at KKR, where geopolitics are now becoming vastly more important in every investment opportunity that we examine.
I would agree with that. 100%, but I don't think that transatlantic partners are fully living up to that analysis. There are positive efforts like the Trade and Tech Council, or that we coordinate efforts to get the right candidates elected at the helm of international institutions and organizations, but there are also obvious downsides. Look at the recent legislation in the US, the IRA. It's a great example of protectionism and economic nationalism, and it hurts transatlantic cooperation. If we want to stand up to China, we have to work together. And that implies that we need each other. We around Europe have known for 70 years that we can't stand tall without the United States. But in the present day and age, the US will not win the race with the Chinese without teaming up with the allies. If you want to team up with allies, you have to play a partnership game, another nationalist and protectionist game. So we're not fully where we should be.
I couldn't agree more with Reinhard, and to say frankly, I've been saying a couple of years that China, as a long-term player, long strategy player, as different from us on our short political cycles, we can't see more than, 4 or 5 years, depending on the country. China is taking notes on what Russia is going to do with Ukraine. And our main, winning point is that we, as it was told during those 2 days numerous times, surprised even ourselves by being able to play as a team. We have to play as a team regarding China as well, and I agree with Reinhard. Because, again, what will happen to Taiwan is being decided now in Ukraine. Because it's not only about the victory, about weakening of the main imperialistic, genocidal, murdering state in our region, Russia, but it is also the instruction for China. Is it going to be too painful? Is it going to be efficient? Are we going to finally move from punishment to denial? That's the most important thing. And then when we look at the strategy of China, if I can run ahead a little bit because the time is pressing us, China is actually very successfully using the war in Ukraine for its alternative strategy, this so-called string of pearls, which is going to suffocate Europe and Asia and Africa. And from Djibouti to Equatorial Guinea to Pakistan to Greece Piraeus seaport, and again, hello my and happy COVID, to Sri Lanka, to Solomon Islands. This string of pearls is being constructed right now. And just to mention some very cool moments, I mean, when they are parading their really heavily militarized intelligence ships in some seaports where, for example, India is heavily protesting that, but how many of us are talking about it? How many of us understand that now we are in an even bigger teamwork, democracy against autocracy, and there are countries that are sitting on the fence. So yes, let's not forget another huge player, India, which is now sitting on the fence because 65% of their arms are made in Russia. But if Russian military industry collapses, then it could be a chance for us to get India off the fence. So yes, let's not be naive. It's not regional, and it's not like United States and China. Now, the fate of all our world is being decided for at least a decade.
It's a really good point where I would like to add something. You mentioned 16 plus 1. It's 16 because Lithuania left that group. And I can only tell the people, think about what's happening. We have to be on a one Euro policy against a one China policy. If somebody of us is attacked by China in the European Union, it's our part to stand together and tell China, no, that's not possible. We are not a club of 27 who is just there for the good times, but also for the bad times. And that's something we approving right now in our support for Ukraine.
And just a quick note, because I heard some noises in the audience. It was 17 plus 1 when Greece joined. It went from 16 to 17. Lithuania was the first country to leave, and then we've seen the Baltics leave. And I have good rumors in Brussels that 2 more are going to be leaving soon, so it'll be 12 plus 1. So I think the Chinese perhaps learned a lesson, never put a number on these organizations because it becomes a barometer of relations. So, but what I wanted to talk about also on this, because Beijing, the idea of Halford Mackinder's historical pivot, a geopolitical paper published in 1904, the Chinese, to my mind, really take this seriously. That's why they tried to create this sub-regional grouping, because they really feel that whoever controls Eastern Europe controls the island, the continent. So they really invested this idea, but it hasn't proved, it was over-promising and under-delivering. Nevertheless, everyone's watching quite closely now, because after Ukraine, there seemed to be a big break with Europe and China. So many people are concerned, perhaps by a rapprochement. China is going to start traveling again. Chinese diplomats will be making a lot of visits to Europe, trying to patch things up. How do you see that? And in addition, there's lots of rumors circulating in Brussels that both Macron and Scholz will be traveling to Beijing. How is that going to affect EU policy? Because we know that China's strategy is always to try to drive wedges in the transatlantic relationship. And economics will be very key in all of this, especially in a post-COVID, inflation, high energy landscape. So how are we going to be able to keep the EU all together? Who wants to grab that one? Okay, Reinhard.
Well, President Biden talks to Xi, so why should Scholz and Macron not talk to him? The question is not whether they talk, but what they say. And if they stick to a good balance of dialogue and deterrence, I'm all for it. And I believe indeed that this is something where Europe should play a role, deterring China against an aggressive course that the country seems to be about to pursue even more strongly than they have. Everybody has heard President Biden saying 4 times that the US would come to the defense of Taiwan. Every single time his administration has corrected his remarks. But even if you're a very gaffe-prone person, you don't put your foot in the mouth 4 times just the same way. So that is indeed signaling a change of policy. And I think that's adequate. Because when the policy of strategic ambiguity was developed decades ago, the military balance between Taiwan and China was very different from what it is today. If the US would not come to the support of Taiwan in the case of an attack, Taiwan would fall into the lap of Xi Jinping. And that would be the end of any credibility of the United States as an ally and guarantor of peace and stability around the globe. Because of that, Japan is also moving. And I believe, and Australia is going to move. And I believe Europe should also move. Now, I don't foresee a really relevant military role that we could play, but we should develop a policy of deterrence in the economic and in the political sphere, and that, of course, presupposes that we get rid of some of the dependencies that we have developed. If a German company rakes 50% of its profits and does 40% of its turnover in China, they have put too many eggs into that one basket. That's a dependency we cannot allow ourselves to be subjected to. So I think there's a lot to do where Europe has to play a role. And I don't subscribe to a theory that I often hear that the European task would be limited to the European subcontinent, and we should watch what Russia does and leave the Indo-Pacific to the United States. I think Europe should also play a role in the Indo-Pacific.
No, I agree with you, and we've seen Indo-Pacific strategy at the EU level. Germany has updated theirs even. France, the Netherlands, they all have an Indo-Pacific strategy. So I think that this is a really positive development. And in addition, Czech Republic, which is a landlocked country, one of the things that they're promoting during their EU rotating presidency is Indo-Pacific strategy. So I think we're seeing consistency from the French, now the Czech presidency, and then the next presidency will be Sweden, and they are also picking up the Indo-Pacific thread. So I think it's quite clear that Europe sees this as very important. And I just want to pick up on your point about first time as a gaffe when President Biden talked about Taiwan. Fourth is a policy, 4 times saying, so we call it gaffe ambiguity. Gaffe ambiguity, I think we can try to coin a new term. But I think you wanted to chime in there.
Well, actually, talking to a genocidal emperor, I think, is very risky. So then again, to be very direct, it's very important not to make the mistake which was made with Russia, believing that there can be an agreement with genocidal murderer, because that's who they are. And the states themselves are like this. And based on that, I just think that we need to have in our heads a warning that some people believed that there could be agreement with Russia, well, maybe from some of our American friends, agreement with Russia to have them at least not on China's side when the global conflict erupts. But I think that's as naive as thinking that maybe we could have China not at least on Russia's side if the conflict develops further. Because so far, and let me tell that also openly, Russia has been wonderfully synchronizing with China. China has grand strategies, Russia has none. Russia is a street fighter. So whenever China needs something, from Global Development Initiative, which then turned to Global Security Initiative, Russia barks like a dog in all international organizations, disrupts the process, makes chaos, and etc. They are synchronizing. Let's not be naive.
I would also challenge a little bit the assumption that because Xi Jinping is unhappy with the lack of success of the Russian aggression, that he would be moving away from Putin strategically. I don't believe that for a second. Their alliance is built on mutual benefit and shared grievance, and it is designed to create a new world order. That is, as the NATO strategy says, posing dangers to our interests, our values, and our democratic way of life. And tactically, they operate differently. China has many more tools than Russia has. Russia just has a military. China has an economy and all that. And they're not marching in lockstep. But whenever they disagree tactically and China doesn't want to pay a high price for backing up Putin, we should not be deluded into believing that they're not strategic allies.
Exactly. I think that one phrase that Putin read from a card, so clearly he was told to read it, stating that he understood that China had concerns, made the media go crazy, and they're like, oh my gosh, there's a rift. But I don't think that's the case at all. That's all it took for people to see some daylight between Russia and China, which is what they want in some areas, especially in Europe. They want them to think that there's some sort of a rift in order to claw back more influence. But I think that they agree to disagree on certain areas, but they have a greater goal together strategically to kind of change the system and work. It's better for China to have Russia in the tent than outside the tent because Russia is a huge disruptor. So we have just a few moments left. Why don't we go through and give us your last comments?
Well, it's obvious that the partnership between Russia and China has developed over decades. We saw that on Security Council in the last years, on the UN system. We saw that on the project they had in Venezuela when China was financing and Russia was defending Maduro. At that conflict, we saw it in the emergence of the BRICS partnership. We saw it on the Asian Development Bank and all that stuff that was done, and also on the same financing system they tried to raise up, so having something against SWIFT. So I don't see that that is all broken away, but China is not pleased that their plans are disturbed too early. So I think that it would have been fine if Ukraine would have fallen in 2 weeks and everything would have been good between the two of them. But now China has to find a way to cope with the situation, but don't want to let loose of Russia. But a weakened junior partner, Russia, with all the resources on stage for China's hunger on resources and economical development, that's a wonderful situation for Xi.
General Petraeus.
Let me make 3 points if I could. The first is that I think it should be very clear, at least clearly stated, that there is bipartisan support in Washington for the policy on China that began with the previous administration and has continued in this administration. This is one of those issues in an increasingly partisan city on which there is bipartisan agreement. Ukraine would be another example I would submit. The second is that when I describe the comprehensive approach, one of the elements which didn't come out here that I think is hugely important and that involves very significantly the US and EU and UK and then others in the Indo-Pacific, Japan in particular, is that we need to compete with the Belt and Road Initiative. You mentioned the string of pearls, of course, the land, that's the maritime activity. On the ground, it is, again, the Belt and Road connecting Asia with Europe. We need to compete and we need to do it together because that's the only way we can generate the resources that can truly compete. And it should be that promotes our values, our traditions and so forth. And then the third, I strongly agree that what happens in Ukraine will reverberate very significantly throughout the Indo-Pacific. And the unfortunate withdrawal from Afghanistan and the way that was conducted was seized by President Xi personally as an example that the US was not a dependable partner. He stated that and that we were a great power in decline. I would contend that the response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine has demonstrated exactly the opposite by all engaged, and we have to keep that in mind. It is hugely significant that the outcome in Ukraine is one of victory of democracy over kleptocracy.
Well, Thank you very much. Thank you for the audience. It was a shortened panel. I'm sorry about that, but I think that we have such great pros here. And we also have to keep in mind, we have the Party Congress coming up. Reinhold Bütikofer is going to have a panel on that, so tune in to that, please, for more information. And also, we should remember, this is an ideological battle. What was so interesting right before the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting, number 3 person in the Chinese Communist Party, Li Jianshu, traveled to Moscow, and they tailored their message for different audiences. So on one hand, they're saying these things like, we have concerns, but then Li Jianshu, the Russians released the videotape of him speaking to the Duma saying, we're with you boys, we back you 100%. And so the Russians were rather annoyed by that. So we should also keep that in mind, that they tailored the message, thinking that the door is closed and no one is really going to broadcast it. The Russians chose to broadcast it to show that the Chinese were behind them. But there's one little piece that wasn't even reported on. And Li Jianshu traveled to Lenin's the place where he died, the house that he died in, that's on the outskirts of Moscow. So it took time for him to go there. So I think the message is ideological, back for the domestic audience in China, saying, Russia is our ideological buddy. I mean, this is how the narrative that they're trying to shape. So I think, watch this page. Xi Jinping doesn't tweet. We don't know a whole lot about him, but everyone's trying to understand where China's going. We're going to have Xi Jinping, it appears, for quite some time. So thank you for your attention, and I'm so delighted that you're here. Let's give it a round of applause for Reinhold Bütikofer, Ulrich Lechte, General Petraeus, and Dovile Shakilin.
Seems like this is a wrap-up of the Warsaw Security Forum. I would like to thank you so much for being with us for the last 2 days. It was over 100 different sessions, formats, 2,000 participants, over 200 speakers, and of course a lot of advocacy on behalf of Ukraine for Ukraine to win this war. Thank you to our partners, thank you to our sponsors, and we wish to see you all, and we hope to see you all next year, hopefully in a Europe whole and free, and with Ukraine having won the war. So thank you very much, and I just would want to ask you to stay for a minute to recognize our team, who's going to join me in just a second on the stage.